Ladies and gentlemen, here is another check of today's program changes. Race 1, opening a 50-cent pick 5. Scratch 7, Lightning Run. Scratch 12, Amazing Amanda. Scratch 13, Non-Consecutive Terms, and 14, Island Girl. Number 15 runs. Number 15, Lit Ship Will Run. Scratch 16, Nelson's Penny. Race 2 with 50-cent pick 4 wagering. Scratch 6, National Charter. Scratch 13, Mr. Vaggio. Number 14, Greymore Will Run. Greymore Will Run. Scratch 15, Hoss and Boss, and 16, Heartily. Race 3. No Lasix for number 7, Birdie Rose. No Lasix for number 7. Race 4 with 50-cent pick 5 wagering. Number 1 carries £1 over. Scratch the also eligibles 13, 14 and 15. Race 5. Scratch number 8, Beatrix. Number 8 is scratched. 13, Bit of Frost will run. Scratch the other also eligibles, numbers 14, 15 and 16. Race 6 kicks off the $1 pick 6. Scratch number 7, Mobster. Mobster is scratched. Number 13, Will Run. Number 13, Dancing Rinka, will run with Jose Ortiz, the replacement jockey. Jose Ortiz riding number 13. Scratch 14, Solid Left. Race 7. 50-cent pick 5 wagering. Scratch 3, Speed It Up. Scratch 7, Diamond Lane Jimmy. 3 and 7 are scratched, along with 13, 14, 15 and 16, the also eligibles. Race 8, opening another 50-cent pick 4. Scratch number 12, Axtelm. Number 12 comes out, along with the also eligibles, 13 through 16. The 9th race. Scratch 1, St. Armand's Key. Scratch 6, Exalted. The jockey for 7, 911 Turbo, Brian Hernandez Jr. Brian Hernandez on number 7, 911 Turbo. Scratch number 12, Siege of Boston. Numbers 13 and 14 both run. 13 Noises Off and 14 Quattro Cento will run. Scratch 15 and 16. Saratoga Flash and Dripping Gold. To the 10th, the Grade 3 Blackwood Dueling Grounds Oaks Invitational. No changes. The 11th with 50-cent Super High 5 wagering. Scratch number 1, Full Command. Scratch 3, Feeling Grand. Scratch 12, Wish Carefully. 13 and 14 both run. Number 13, Post Game, and 14, Nash Potatoes both run. Scratch 15, Spy. That brings you up to date with 20 minutes to first post on day 7, the final day of the 2025 meet at Kentucky Downs. The turf is firm. They're on lane 1, the rail at 0 feet. We wish you the very best of luck.
I enjoy seeing things grow. It's a fun process to be able to put a seed in the ground and seeing what comes from it. We always enjoy going to Wrights because they're always very helpful, and when we're in a need, they always get it done for us.
You know, if we break down the field, I make a call to Wright Implement, and they always have someone out within a reasonable amount of time. I've been working with Wright Implement for several years and wouldn't recommend any other dealership.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to closing day of the Kentucky Downs meeting here in 2025. It has been an absolute joy to be here and watch this incredible racing. Brittany Urton alongside Jess Stafford, Kate and Brader would be joining us a little bit later, and we go out with a bit of a doozy of a card.
Yeah, we certainly do. It's been a joy and a privilege for me to be here. I head back to England today, very sad, and we'll be missing what a family we've created here. It's been so wonderful, but we have a job to do, Brittany, and that is to close out the meet on a high, and there'll be a lot of participants, jockeys, trainers who will be hoping to do the same.
We'll keep an eye on those jockey and trainer standings as well. Coming into this final day, Frankie Dettori leading all jockeys with 8 victories. Right behind him, though, the Ortiz brothers, both with 7, and then Tyler Gaffalione and Florent Giroux with 5. In the trainers category, Brad Cox has 6, Mike Maker, Wesley Ward both tied for 5. So that's something that we will be following race by race. I know Joe Sharp has a lot of runners today, and he's not all that far behind.
Yeah, certainly not. He's been leading trainer at this meet for so often, so they'll be itching to claim their title. And I think especially when you've only got such a short pool of opportunity, we're not racing here again until next year. I think some of the trainers will miss it because they've had a great time.
No doubt about it. 11 races on our card today. Our feature is the 10th. That is the Blackwood Dueling Ground Oaks Invitational with $2 million on the line. Oh, and what do all winners get? We have to showcase this. This is Blackwood Bourbon. This will be the trophy. And how about the beautiful inscriptions on the back?
Yeah, I love it. I love all the plaques that have been made. Every detail here at Kentucky Downs is just on point. So yeah, good luck to those participating because this is worth it alongside all that purse prize money.
Alongside the purse money, no doubt about it. Should we find some winners?
Let's do it, Brittany.
All right, let's dive right into it. Race number 1 here at Kentucky Downs. It does kick off a 50-cent pick 5, 6.5 furlongs the distance. Maiden special weight 2-year-old fillies. I know, Jess, you would prefer to be down there looking at them up close and personal, but I'm going to have you look over your shoulder and kind of eye some of these 2-year-olds while I have you at the desk. Our favorite right now to the outside, the aforementioned Joe Sharp, sending out a second-time starter, Lit Ship. I have to be very careful about saying that one.
Yes, this horse just about gets in, sneaks in as we've had some late scratches, and I think they'll be relieved, and the money has been coming for Lit Ship with the response to that. This horse who put up a very taking performance on first start at Saratoga last time, that was just 28 days ago, the perfect prep into this race. Joe Sharp has Irad Ortiz on again. This horse was slightly slow away, but gained a lot of ground, put up a good late speed figure. That was enough for me to be very confident to put this horse in when he got into the race. The pedigree doesn't actually scream tough to me, but he's definitely showed enough. It is capable, putting up a nice work time only a few days ago. He looks like a strong horse, a big physical from where I can see. He's got 2 handlers bringing him around. He looks like he's ready for action. That's good. That's a good sight from what I can see at this stage. So he's drawing to me, and I was hoping for that as well. The 6 has actually come around me. He's got the cheap pieces on, which I never really see that often. especially on 2-year-olds early in their career. But from what I can tell, from where I'm at, 15 is quite a big physical. That's a great shot of him there for everyone that can see. A good back end. There's plenty of presence to him around his shoulders. So let's see if he can do what he did last time, just a little bit more over that extended distance.
Bow in the neck, you talk about that presence, walking around the paddock like he owns it. 3-2 currently. Let's talk about your second choice in the 5. That is a first-time starting daughter of Gun Runner, Making Daisies. John Velasquez to ride. I actually saw John Velasquez on my flight this morning. They say the first person you see, that's the one you wager on. So what do you like about this first-time starter Johnny V's riding?
Yeah, I agree with that. The first trainer, the first jockey I see, that is luck. I'm very superstitious. Look, this horse is got a lovely pedigree for the turf. Gun Runner out of Stay Classy San Diego, what a name. And I liked the stats that this dam has had. There's been a lot of success with the horses that she's produced going on the turf. 2 from 8 with turf roots. Now turf sprints not as strong, but I say that this is a horse possibly worth watching, not just now, but for the future. Wesley Ward has done well with first-time starters. I like the link up with Johnny Velasquez. They hit off very nicely indeed. The times have been good without being exceptional. I would have thought if there was a lot of interest, because it's a Wesley Ward runner, maybe this horse might have been bet in a little bit more, so that's keeping me a little bit more cold. But just from what I can see from the 5, nice and relaxed. Potentially I would want a little bit more action, actually. Because I know
more energy, like we've seen with Wesley's horses that have won in the past.
Yeah, just a little bit. They've just always looked up for it. So maybe this horse is maybe a little bit too relaxed for its first day out.
Making Daisies 7-1 currently. Actually a sister to Pretty and Cool, who ran in Southern California, multiple graded stakes winner. But that was all on dirt except one try, and it was a 6th place finish. So we'll see how this one fares over the turf course today. The 6 is Shane's The Brains. I do know on good account that this horse is named for Shane O'Neill. That is Dennis O'Neill's son and Doug O'Neill's nephew. Apparently the brains in the family.
Oh, well, that's a lovely name. Let's hope that the namesake can show that he's got the brains. She's got the brains, I should say, on first start. As I said, those the cheek pieces are quite interesting. Not something I've seen that often for first-time starters. But this horse out of Edwina E., who's actually 3 from 3 with 2-year-olds that she's produced. Again, dirt has probably been more the forte, but I think that this horse has put up some good time figures from what we can see from the workout. There have been a couple of turf winners in the family. This horse has had some support of interest too against the favorite. The favorite is just massively strong, Brittany, and I think there's not a huge amount wanting to compete against it. I thought it was just that horse 15, if that horse was to get in, has got the best form, and then I was happy to play creative with some of the newcomers. I'd be interested to see how Shane's The Brains comes out again, and walking around the paddock, you can see there's just thinking about things just a little bit, maybe just wants to get on with it.
I don't often see, at least I don't think, having spent much of my time in Southern California, Doug O'Neill's trainees having cheek pieces often. So Shane's The Brains currently on the board right now at 5-1. Jockey's got the leg up. As the jockey's got the leg up, what are you noticing from these young horses? Anybody else worth mentioning?
Yeah, one of my scratch, I had a late scratch again. That was I think that was the 7, so it's left me with 3, and I was thinking maybe I'll have a look in the paddock and see what was happening.
How about the 8?
Yeah,
the 8 was a gorgeous daughter of Spun to Run.
Exactly, and the barn is well known for getting first time out starters. Rockin' Robin had come in for support. It's kind of drifted out a little bit. The morning line price was 6-1, so now at 10. So maybe there is the thinking that she just might need the run. But having a look at her come out there, she's got a little bit more presence to her. But just some quite relaxed fillies in general.
It is tough to overlook Lit Ship, though, even with the jockey I read Ortiz Jr. getting aboard, really has a pep in her step. That's where favoritism lands, even money currently, and Jess's top selection as well. Let's kick off this final day of racing here in Franklin, Kentucky. It's the first from Kentucky Downs. As always, good luck.
Moving on to the course for race 1. A 2-year-old filly maiden at 6.5 furlongs. Scratch 7, Lightning Run. 12, Amazing Amanda. 13, Non-Consecutive Terms and 14, Island Girl, along with 16, Nelson's Penny. 50-cent pick 5 wagering. 6 minutes to the scheduled post time. The race named for Pepsi Zero. Ladies and gentlemen, the best turned out for the first race is number 15, Lit Ship. Congratulations to the groom Alexander, as Lit Ship number 15 wins best turned out. Now 2 minutes to post. approaching the gate. Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. There is a late scratch. Late scratch in the opener. Number 11, Tropical Night, has been withdrawn. Number 11, Tropical Night, is a late scratch. Now the field is arriving behind the gate and beginning to load for race 1. Slight delay after the late scratch of number 11, Tropical Night, but they are loading now. Blues music to the inside stall, joined by Rockin' Robin. Here comes Bolt Bayou with Give Me the Beat. Call Me Precious. Epic Lady Luck and Liam's Latte about to come along. Making Daisies has been positioned. Change the Brains, second last in. And the favourite Lit Ship, drawing in off the also eligible list, will come up to the outside stall and complete the line. 6.5 furlongs for this 2-year-old filly maiden. They're ready. Racing. Making Daisies was slow to go. Likewise, Liam's Latte. Lit Ship and Epic Lady Luck going quickly with Shane's the Brains, and also up there is Rockin' Robin, followed closely by Call Me Precious in the green colours as they race down the dip and past the 5/8 pole, and the favourite shoots across the face of the field, and Lit Ship suddenly is on a 3-length lead. Epic Lady Luck second from Rockin' Robin, Call Me Precious 3 wide. Shane's the Brains along the inside is 4 lengths off the lead. As Lit Ship comes back to the mid-race, the lead now just over a length for Lit Ship. Meantime, Give Me the Beats out wide in the black and yellow colours. Shane's the Brains edging 1 off the fence in the white and purple. 2 lengths to Blues Music, who's back in centre field, coming down past the 3/8 pole. Liam's Latte is next, and a long gap in the field to Bolt By You, and Making Daisies at the quarter pole in upper stretch. And the leader is Lit Ship. Lit Ship from Rockin' Robin. And wider on the course then comes Call Me Perfect, or Call Me Precious, and back on the inside, Epic Lady Luck sticking on well. Lit Ship has the lead though. It's Lit Ship from Rockin' Robin and Epic Lady Luck, and Lit Ship will land the money. Lit Ship leading throughout to defeat Epic Lady Luck, Rockin' Robin, and Shane's the Brains finished 4th. The unofficial result, 15 Lit Ship, defeating 10 Epic Lady Luck, 8 Rockin' Robin, and 6 Shane's the Brains. The time 1:14.71. The first race, named for Pepsi Zero, goes to Lit Ship, a chestnut filly by midshipman from the successful Appeal Dam ad litem. Litship was bred in Kentucky by Charles Kidder and Nancy Cole. She's owned by Anthony Tate. Trained by Joe Sharpen, was ridden by Irado Ortiz Jr., who jumps into a tie atop the jockey standings early on closing day. The result is official. Placings officially 15, 10, 8, 6. In race 2, scratch number 6, National Charter. Scratch 13, Mr. Vargio. Scratch 15, Hoss and Boss, and 16, Heartily. There is 50-cent pick 4 wagering. 24 minutes to post.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Well, we are off and running closing day here at Kentucky Downs, and it was a formful start to that pick 5 sequence. 4-5 on your winner for trainer Joe Sharp and Irad Ortiz Jr. What does that mean? Irad is now tied with Frankie Dettori atop the jockey standings, and we have a 3-way tie for second in terms of the trainer standings. Now we've got a lot of first-time starters within this field. The upcoming second is a maiden special weight event, 6.5 furlongs the distance for straight 2-year-olds, and it does kick off a 50-cent pick 4 sequence. Your favorite right now, lukewarm at that, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see favoritism switching between a few of these runners here, is Blinging It Back. Great name. Trainer Mark Cassey sending out this son of Volatile, Flavian Pratt, to ride for the first time, and will be stepping onto the turf course for the first time. If you see italicized lettering in that most recent run, that's Ted Naffy, now Grade 1 winner, Ted Naffy. So been holding good company. I want to jump down into the paddock with Jess Stafford. Jess, what are you seeing from this group as a whole? How are they handling themselves?
They're a bit different to our first bunch. This is a more feisty bunch, a more active-looking type of bunch of horses, and definitely some 2-year-olds, despite not running before, they look like they've had a good bit of work into them too. So I like the look of them as models. There are a couple in here that are European breds as well, so bred for the turf predominantly, and that stood out to me to discuss and maybe put them up as individuals to follow. The horse number 14 was one that I was interested to see if he was able to get in, as Graymore is a son of Advertise, who is a good stallion of 2-year-olds over in the UK, has produced a group winner as a 2-year-old last year, and actually most importantly with the 14 is Out of a Dam Forever in Dreams, who's a high class and talented 2-year-old herself. And Graymore has already showed that he has some speed and he knows what he can do, considering he ran a good second first time out at Ellis Park. I like that performance. Now, the Advertised progeny have normally been quite big and robust types. 14 maybe not as big as I thought that he would be, knowing what Advertised can do and stamping their stock, but he has shown speed and he's shown that he is definitely a 2-year-old that has got precociousness. So 14 is a horse that I've been happy to use. The other one, Brittany, for you is 7, Vazi, or Vazi, which is another European bred. This is a son of Space Blues. Now, Breeders' Cup fans will remember this horse. He was a winner at Del Mar. He was a great winner of the Turf Mile for the Godolphin and Charlie Appleby team. This is his first year of horses on the ground, and I'm not sure if there'd be many Space Blues that have ran in America yet, but in Europe he's done exceptionally well. He's had a Group 1 winner in Ireland with Power Blue, and he's shown that his crop can get it done quite early, because Space Blues himself wasn't exactly a natural 2-year-old. But Vazi for Brendan Walsh, I should say, and Tyler Gaffleone looks like a horse that will be able to show up well on first start. The odds are suggesting that he is slightly colder than I had expected, but the times have been pretty good, and he seems fairly relaxed. As I said, that 14 is the one that's just got a little bit worked up, and a few of them are back in their boxes, Brittany, just to keep them nice and quiet, because they have just getting that little bit more fractious.
It often does become a bit of a domino effect. See what one does and they follow suit. So the 14, Graymore, the great British bred, sitting on the board at 9-1, and who you're taking a look at right now is the 7, Tyler Gaffleone, to ride for trainer Brendan Walsh, that son of Space Blues. 5-1 you're getting currently. I'm intrigued by the 5 here, the standard, Jess. 4-1 currently. This is a son of By My Standards out of a Speightstown mare for trainer Steve Asmussen, jumping onto the turf course for the first time, but we've had some really good showings in the first 2 starts on the main track. How's he handling himself?
Yeah, this is a very good-looking, powerful physical. You can see him surrounded by some of the others. I think it's 5, and I'd have to say 3 too, that have the best physical presence in the paddock. Also the 8 also looks like a horse with a good bit of scope and has got a nice strong shoulder, but the 5 looks ultra professional from where I'm standing, and as you say, he's done a good amount on the dirt so far, and definitely improved from the first to the second race. I thought showed up a lot better on over 6.5 furlongs last time, so that gives you a lot of confidence on how he'll get on the third start. Jose Ortiz takes the ride, which is a good bit of a good jockey booking too, but 5 and maybe 8 just from a paddock perspective, and the 9. all in all, just a really good bunch of horses. I'm looking forward to this 2-year-old race.
Well, I'd like to see the fact that since the jockeys have gotten aboard, they all appear to be handling themselves well. But we shall see once they make their way actually out onto the track, as a couple of fillies in our first race were a bit rambunctious. Good luck to all. We've got about 9 minutes until post time for race number 2, maiden special weight affair, 6.5 furlongs the distance for 2-year-olds. And your current co-favorite is the 4, Blinging It Back.
The field for race 2 is filing onto the course 9 minutes in advance of this 6.5 furlong maiden for 2-year-olds. Scratch numbers 6, 13, 15 and 16. 50-cent pick 4 wagering is on the menu. The race named for Mountain Dew. The best turned out horse for race 2 is number 14, Greymore. Congratulations to the groom Lopez. Greymore is best turned out for race 2. The field approaching the gate with a minute to post. Entering the gate, Sun Chaser and You're Quick, Vassy and Bucko 5 are in the gate, joined by Alpi Land and Scuffle. Blinging it back. The Standard moving in next door to Blinging It Black. They currently share favouritism in an open race, 7-2 for each of them, the 4 and the 5. Little delay with Scuffle, drawn out there in post position 9. Scuffle half in, but back pedals again. He's in there now, and the loading process continues with turbo launch. Just Buy It. Gnome second last. And Greymore will complete the line. The first winner came off the also eligible list, and Greymore draws into this field and takes the outside stall. The number 14 saddlecloth, Jaime Torres aboard. Greymore almost there. Yep, locked away now. Ready to go. Racing. Blinging It Back begins very hastily, together with Sun Chaser along the inside. Just Buy It is back in the field with Bucko 5 as they travel through the opening furlong or so and come down the hill towards the 5/8 pole. And it's Greymore moving up on the outside. It's Greymore matching Sun Chaser by 2 lengths from Vassy and the Standard, followed in 5th position by Gnome. Alpi Land the inside, and Turbo launches out wide, Blinging It Back, drifting into midfield. The hot pink with black cap, 7 lengths off the pace. 2 lengths to Scuffle, racing outside of You're Quick, followed by Bucko 5 and Just Buy It. 3/8 of a mile left to go, and Greymore has a share of the lead with Sun Chaser. They'll be followed into the stretch by Vassy. In behind these horses next, towards the inside, is Alpi Land as they pass the quarter pole. And then comes the Standard, and Blinging It Back beginning to make ground down the outside when they reach the 8th pole at the elbow. And it's Vassy, Blinging It Back, Greymore and Sun Chaser on the inside. It's Vassy and Blinging It Back on the outside, followed by Alpi Land. Blinging It Back edging clear of Vassy, and Blinging It Back wins by a length to Vassy with a length to Alpi Land third. Sun Chaser checks in fourth. The unofficial placings: number 4, Blinging It Back, defeating 7, Vassy, 3, Alpiland, and 1, Sun Chaser. 4-7-3-1. The time 1:15.34. Here comes Blinging It Back. Returning to the winner's circle, a great colt by Volatile. From the Too Much Bling mare, I'm a 3 Blinger. Bred in Kentucky by Forever Spring Farm, owned by Gary Barber and Peter Deutsch, trained by Mark Cassie, ridden by Flavion Pratt. Race 2 was named for Mountain Dew. The result is official. Placings officially 4-7-3-1. In race 3, there is no Lasix for number 7, Birdie Rose. No Lasix for number 7.
convincingly.
Seize the gray. He's going to seize the day in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Seize the gray is still there. Seize the gray wins the Preakness.
There's no doubt that Kentucky Breds, are number one. It's a great program, bottom line. I think it's the best in the country by far.
Horse raised in Kentucky is an advantage.
You talk about the Kentucky breeding program, I think it's immeasurably the best.
They've got the best mares and the best stallions there in the state.
The great ground they're raised on here in central Kentucky, it seems to be the best.
The purses that the Kentucky Breds are now running for matches how dominant they are.
Not too bad of a price in race number 2, 5-1 on your winner. If you had it, well done by you. Time for us to find some winners in race number 3.
Yeah, I think I need a couple that we need a reset after that one. I was keen on the British breds, the European breds. They ran with credit. The second place horse is one to follow, but need to get back in that winner circle.
There is always more racing. 11 on tap here at Kentucky Downs. Well, race number 3, allowance optional, claiming it about 6.5 furlongs. We have a lot of sprint races to start out the day. Fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. It kicks off a rolling pick 3 if you so wish to get involved. And right now, favoritism can be found to the outside. That is the 8 horse at 3-2, Time to Dazzle. This horse actually raced here previously, just in the ladies turf sprint behind AG Bullet. Ultra fast, finished 4th that day, came from well off the pace. Now they're back for more, hopefully a victory. What do you make of this favorite?
Yeah, she's not the only one that's back for more at Kentucky Downs. There are a couple in here that have raced already during this meet and looking to come back on the final day and give it something extra. And 8, Time to Dazzle, as you say, running in a very competitive ladies turf sprint. So we know she can act here. She ran 4th. She ran in a good time, a really good finishing kick as well, considering how far back she was. And I think from what I remember, AG Bullet was just a class ahead, wasn't she? But from what I remember, everything out the back was sort of running on quite strongly. Rewatching it again, it looks like she will find this race a lot more to her suiting. I can't not have her. It was difficult to go with either 8 or the 4 in a similar kind of stroke of handicapping, and they both have good form from Kentucky Downs last time. I suppose it's what you think was the stronger race coming into this now, and I'd imagine those going with the 8 know that she's actually at her best over this distance. She seems to be considerable good form. She's not the easiest to win with. There was a win last year where she was able to control the pace. She just needs to be quicker. She was too slow for me last time out.
She has shown that versatility, but you have to go way back to find it. So it looks like she's going to need some pace to run into, and I actually think she will get it in this field. The 4-horse In Our Time is someone that will be adding to the pace. Even on the turn back and distance, I think should be forwardly placed for trainer Safi Joseph. We mentioned this before. He's due for a victory. 18 starters here at the meet, or more actually, because I downloaded this quite early. It hasn't quite gotten to the winner's circle.
Yeah, he's hit the crossbar a couple of times. I know he's had a good few seconds. He's brought a good team here. This horse is actually one of them that ran a really good race for him just 11 days ago, right at the beginning of the meet. And as you say, that was over the mile, so coming back in trip, but I definitely think this horse has got the speed for it. You can see she's looking pretty well in herself. She's looking like she's definitely feeling it today. And I think she could go forward. She could also just sit off the pace a little bit and allow some of the others to guide her into the race. I would say that it would be up for Tyler to sort of work out early doors if she can get into that rhythm, because she needs to show that speed and control it, and she did that all the way to the final 100 yards last time out, to just be beaten by Special One and Suggester. But she's my top pick here. She's been in great order. She's looks to be pretty versatile. This is the first time in some time she's come back in distance, but she's actually a winner in her earlier days at Saratoga over the 5.5. So I don't mind this angle at all.
Tyler Gaffalione will jump back aboard as jockeys made their way out to the paddock area. The 4 In Our Time at 9-5. How about the 3 on the toes out there? The daughter of Blue Point.
Yeah, this is an exceptional sire. Now making his mark all over the world.
I have to say.
You can't not. For a horse to have 2 wins in a week at Royal Ascot, that's the kind of horse that will produce really good sorts as well, and he's been doing that. And this is a horse that showed a lot in her early career when she was with Richard Hannon in the UK. She was picked up by Wathnan Racing, who kept her in the UK for a little bit, but actually decided to switch her over here. And I thought it was a good move, and it looked it on her first run when she won an allowance at Gulfstream Park, and she showed to be in a really exciting sort. And then the switch to the dirt, she ran again a good race at Keeneland. She seemed to suit that okay, but I think they obviously thought that the turf is really where her reckoning is. Now, she hasn't been as good in 3 starts since the dirt and also the early turf win.
It's a bit perplexing now.
Yeah, I don't know what's happened. The wheels have kind of fallen off a little bit. Churchill Downs back in May, she started well and then she seemed to tire. It just doesn't seem to be herself. They've obviously played around the trip a little bit with her. And so you kind of feel if she can refine that form, maybe they've given her a small little break. You know, I said to you a couple of days ago how I do feel fillies come into their own at certain times. She might be doing that. And just seeing her from here, she looks like she's up for it. I'm not sure how warm she's getting, but she definitely has the back class. And we always say form is temporary, class is permanent.
She's getting a little warm behind. I would say in terms of temperature, it's a bit of a muggy day. I appreciated the cloud cover that we had. No sun blazing down on us. It's warmer, so I wouldn't read into it too much, but not the warmest day we've had here.
Yeah, certainly. You wouldn't want anything getting too sweaty on a day like this, because it's definitely not a day to justify that, I would say. But yeah, she's fine. She's okay, but there's a little bit of hesitation with her, but I do, as I said, I feel like there's enough back class.
And lastly, as they make their way to the turf course, your thoughts on the 5?
Yeah, I like the 5. I like the 5's pace, like its finishing kick. It can just keep pretty good sectionals.
She wins every 3rd race. Did you notice that? Today would be every 3rd.
Very good spot. Well, there we go. That's the reason you need. I rest my case.
8-1, not a bad price either. 9 minutes until post time for race number 3, a competitive event. Allowance optional, claimer, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward, 6.5 furlongs the distance, and your top pick one more time.
So yeah, I've been keen to stick with the 4 here, and I like the 8, both Kentucky Downs horses from earlier on in the meet, 4 and the 8, then 3, and then the 5 to finish it out.
Good luck to all.
The field is parading for race 3, a 6.5 furlong allowance optional claiming event for fillies and mares. The race is named Starry. 7 minutes to post. The best turned out for this race, number 4 In Our Time. Congratulations to the groom Salvador, as In Our Time number 4 is voted best turned out for race 3. Post time 2 minutes away. Approaching the gate. Moving into line. Pigalle and Oeuvre, the first couple, joined by Nice as Pie. Mischievous Gal comes up. Serene Seraph to post position 3. Birdie Rose is the next. In Our Time and Time to Dazzle at the top of the market, the last pair into line. Ready for race 3. Racing. Pigalle missed it slightly from the inside. In Our Time gets the best of the break from one of the middle stalls. Birdie Rose is showing good speed from Mischievous Gal over near the inside, and Time to Dazzle's out deep, the black with white cap, 5 lengths off the speed. Serene Seraph back along the fence. Pigalle next to last, working past Nice as Pie to the 5/8 pole. In Our Time at the helm. 1 length to Birdie Rose and 2 lengths over third. Followed round the outside then, as they come down the side of the course to the 3/8 pole by Serene Seraph. And just in behind these is Time to Dazzle. Pigalle, Nice as Pies back last of all as they race down past the 3/8 pole. Mischievous Gal planted wide midfield to the top of the lane. It's In Our Time the leader. In Our Time about 2 lengths in front from Birdie Rose. Over on the inside. And here's Serene Seraph staking her claim, and Time to Dazzle starting to come home boldly, is getting through towards the inside. At the 8th pole, In Our Time the leader by 2 lengths from Serene Seraph, and Time to Dazzle. In Our Time holding the lead. Time to Dazzle coming. In Our Time hanging on like Granny's tooth and got in by a neck from Time to Dazzle with a nose. Serene Seraph. Nice as Pie was 4th. It's a photo finish. The time 1:13.32. Here we go. It's number 4 in our time. Now showing us the unofficial winner over number 8, Time to Dazzle, and 3, Serene Seraph. 4-8-3. Fourth home was number 2, Nice as Pie. In our time, coming back to the winner's circle is a 4-year-old dark pale brown filly by Not This Time from the Cactus Ridge mare Laura's Pleasure, bred in Kentucky by Brian Kahn, owned by Resolute Racing and Miller Racing, trained by Safi Joseph Jr. and ridden by Tyler Gaffalione. The result is official. Placings officially 4-8-3-2. The upcoming 4th race opens another 50-cent pick 5. Scratch the also eligibles numbers 13, 14 and 15. 26 minutes to post.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's post time for the Whitney. The field turns for home. Fierceness is the one to catch. He has a 3-length lead. Sierra Leone down the center of the track is coming with powerful strides. And Highland Falls is in there too. But it's Sierra Leone who takes the lead from last to first. Highland Falls trying his best. Sierra Leone has won the Whitney.
Gun runners on top of the world.
Experience it all in one place at the Mint Gaming Hall, Kentucky Downs. Enjoy a night out and exquisite dining at Iron Steakhouse. Sip crafted cocktails while enjoying live music at Midnight Bourbon. Keep the fun going with the latest games and live entertainment, or make it a sleepover and stay at our all-suite hotel. Looking to host an event? Check out our versatile spaces, all just 30 minutes from downtown Nashville. The Mint Gaming Hall, Kentucky Downs.
Winning just got closer.
Ladies and gentlemen, a jockey change in the upcoming race. Number 3, Hobbs, Walter Rodriguez. Race 4, number 3, Hobbs, will be ridden by Walter Rodriguez.
I think a round of applause is due for you. Trifecta in that last race. Well done.
Oh, we got it. I know. I'm a kind of relieved smile, but yeah, that was satisfying, especially when I saw the 8 creeping in. I was thinking, what's going to happen here? But we had a good finish and a great race to watch. I thought that.
Oh, it was. Let's just roll it into the next one. Sounds good?
We'll keep
We're
it going.
17 minutes away from race number 4. This is a very challenging first level allowance event. 6.5 furlongs the distance for 3-year-olds and upward, and the tote is reflective of that. The 8 is your favorite, lukewarm favorite, at 4-1 currently. That comes a time. Turning back in distance for trainer Brad Cox, who does lead all trainers right now coming into this final day of racing, was beat as the favorite last time out. What did you make of the first attempt at turf?
Yeah, gave a good account of himself, showed up nicely, just tired out. I was questioning what the trick that this horse really wants. He sort of shows speed and then kind of tires out, but they've kept to a distance where you think that he's going to be probably at his very best. 6.5 furlongs, I would imagine, just looking at him is just probably just about right. He is a gorgeous looking horse. I've been lucky enough to be at Keeneland over the last couple of days, seeing a lot of Not This Times, and he's the stallion that everyone wants. That everyone's paying the big bucks for this sire.
I think we just saw one sell for 1.2.
Yeah, they are knocking it out of the park in Keeneland, and I'd imagine this barn keen to buy as many of them as possible. They've done very well with them. But yeah, I think the trip is the query. You know, he's coming back to 6.5. He's definitely showed he's got the speed, but he's not actually proven on the turf on it. You've got to go back to that maiden success where you won over the 6.5. I just thought that this was filled with horses with a bit more obvious form on turf. I know Brad Cox's done really well with second starters on the turf as well. He's a lovely looking individual, but as the betting suggests, 4-1 the field, that leads you to believe there's something to be said about a good few of them.
Striking sort, though, and we were talking about the size of horses and how we felt maybe it was the more lighter frame, the ones that could skip over the course, especially going the sprint distance. But that is your favorite currently, 4-1 on the 8 horse. Who's your top selection?
So I went with Brendan Walsh's 6, Hit That Review, the son of No Nay Never, and I'd imagine probably classically No Nay Nevers are sort of lighter, more athletic types that kind of do well at this type of track. And actually this horse did do that on just his second start as a 2-year-old last year, ran a good second, coming back to Kentucky Downs after what's been a pretty good run of form, had a good victory at the back end of last year at Keeneland in a 2-year-old maiden, and then probably at this level still sort of finding its feet. Very interested to see it back over the 6.5 furlongs. I think he's shown that he can do it. He was just really getting going last time out Ellis Park, and that made me think he's been teed up for this run. Brendan Walsh, again, has been doing very well with these types. There he is, the 6. He's actually a good bit bigger than I thought. The 6 and the 8, Brittany, they look quite similar, don't they? Just walking in behind. They're both good-looking horses. The 6, again...
8 might be a touch taller, no?
Yeah, the 8 definitely is. As you can see them walking towards us, you can just see where his shoulder is and how his neck leans out, whereas 8 has got that little bit more, maybe even sprinter style to him. He kind of walks like more of a cat-like. But I like the both of them. They both look good in themselves, but I just thought the 6 has got more competitive form on offer.
If you're a sucker for dark bays, it would be those two, 6 and the 8. So the 6 right now, 5-1, Hit That Review, coming out of arguably the best effort that this 3-year-old colt has run. Second choice for you, we're going to the inside. Ticking Time Blonde. I thought there was no way this horse would go off at 20-1, considering Victoria's right here at Kentucky Downs this meet.
Yeah, I thought that was a bit of an insult on this horse, who obviously showed that she was far too big of a prize last time out when she won here under Frankie Dettori. That was one of the surprise winners that Frankie had that day. I think that was the day that he had 4 winners, but this was one of them.
Sunday.
This was one of them. I thought, where did this come from? Because her form behind hadn't given me the confidence to put her up. But I know Frankie had said that the trainer was very confident in Ticking Time Blonde, and Victoria Oliver was bang on right. She showed herself to be really at her best late on. I think the race really felt right for her, and I would imagine this race is going to do the same. There is a lot of pace up top, Brittany. The 2, the 7, the 10, they'll go all forward, and I think they're right to roll the dice again with this horse, because the race could set up just like it did last time out.
7-1 currently on Ticking Time Blonde. Frankie Dettori tied with Irad Ortiz Jr. in the current jockey standings. Don't forget, this does kick off at 50-cent pick 5 as well, races 4 through 8. We're getting a good look at the 5 Pineland walking around, those cheater blinkers on this son of Collected, knocking on the door in the last 2 starts, and those were the only turf tries that we've seen. Turning back in distance, but as we've said before, I really think the 6.5 could play more like a mile, so this might be right within Pineland's wheelhouse. Yeah,
I thought exactly that. I thought he wasn't really at his best last time out, even though he did come 3rd. He was just a touch too slow, he kind of missed the kick, he never really got into it. Normally he does show really good early speed. He might be one of them that's sort of fighting for the lead, but I've been watching the jockeys and the way that they've sort of allowed the race to develop and been happy to just settle in just slightly off the pace. So maybe that's what the 5 will do, knowing that he does and can stretch out that little bit more. But the 5, as you say, those blinkers are on. He's had 2 very you know, he's reasonable enough runs. The run before the last was the one that really gave me the confidence that he'll enjoy this track. He'll see the 6.5 out well, and I think from what I saw, the 5's looking good in himself, which might just be a little not like our 10, who's just getting quite warm just in behind his back legs, which is my final selection. So that's a little bit of a negative coming up to that. To that little discussion on It's Bourbon 30.
I know it's disappointing too, because this is a horse that I really liked coming into today. It's Bourbon 30, not just because of the name. It would be a great exacta if you had It's Bourbon 30 and peanut butter whiskey.
Yeah, this is...
that's a hunch play.
Yeah, look, sometimes you have to go with your hunches, but yeah. Jerry O'Dwyer, I haven't seen a huge amount of runners for him, but I did like this sort. Again, another that shows a good bit of speed. Coming out of that wide draw, hasn't been too much of a negative this meet at all. I was really uncertain about playing wide draws when I began our first couple of days, but I think based on where the starting stalls are, you just get out and be as quick as you can, find your position, grab that inner rail, and then you're away. It's Bourbon 30 could just do that. He's the one that will set the heavy fractions that most will follow.
6-1 currently, all over. Wherever you want to go, you're finding a good price on these runners. A competitive allowance event, 6.5 furlongs the distance for 3-year-olds and upward. We are 10 minutes until post time for race number 4. Jess, your top selection, if I have it correct. Hit that review.
Yeah, we've got.
She's going with the Irish bred.
Yeah,
biased.
I am. I'm
biased to anything in the
I'm thinking of home
overseas.
as I think about my next trip back, which is back to England tonight. But these, yeah, I thought that this, and actually look, the 8 isn't in my tops picks, but I wouldn't be surprised if many is siding with that horse. The 6, the 1, the 5, and the 10 all have different reasons to believe for them, and I'm intrigued to see how this race develops. We could be going off fast.
Good luck. It's a challenging one. 9 minutes till post.
The field is parading for race 4, a 6.5 furlong allowance for 3-year-olds and up, offering 50-cent pick 5 wagering, while continuing the rolling doubles and pick 3s. The rider of number 3 Hobbs, Walter Rodriguez. Scratch numbers 13, 14 and 15. The race named for Blackwood, Toasted Bourbon. Post time in 8 minutes. The best turned out horse for the 4th race. It's Bourbon 30, number 10. Congratulations to the groom, Brandon. It's Bourbon 30 is best turned out. 2 minutes to post. The field is approaching the gate. Moving into line. There are open races at Kentucky Downs, and then there is race 4 this afternoon with 1.5 wagering points covering the top 6 in the betting as the horses move into line for this 6.5 furlong allowance. Quite the conundrum for the fans. All in, set. Racing. Pineland again off slowly. So too was Hobbs. GT 500, one of the first to show. Rocky Joy and Venture are going fast with Mischief River down the extreme outside. Through the first furlong, taking that dip past the 5/8 pole, and Mischief River striding across from the outside post is going to head them off quite comfortably. Sets up a 2.5 length advantage. GT 500 second, Rocky Joy third, followed by It's Bourbon 30 and Venture, and 2 lengths away to Moon Sniper in the hot pink. Tick and Time Blonde midfield along the fence, 8 lengths from the lead, followed between horses by Hit That Review. As they come down past the 3/8 pole, Comes a Time is out very deep on the course, and then Peanut Butter Whiskey a long way back at the top of the stretch. Hobbs is back about 10 lengths behind the second last horse. As they turn for home past the quarter pole, It's Bourbon 30 is also one of the last. Coming past the 3/16, Mischief River is the leader. Pursued now between horses by Venture in the black cap. GT500 off the rails, about to issue a challenge. Rocky Joy is next. GT500 and Venture gathering in Mischief River. Mischief River, GT500, Mischief River maybe. A nose to GT500, it's close. Venture was third, and Rocky Joy hung on to fourth, just in front of Pineland, who made good ground late. Photo finish. The time 1:13.33. The winner, 12, Mischief River. Second, 2, GT500. Third, number 4, Vesture. And fourth was 9, Rocky Joy. Mischief River returning to the winner's circle. A Bay Colt 3 by Into Mischief from the Candy Ride mare Candy Draw. Bred in Kentucky by Pam and Martin Wygod. Owned by Bow River Ranch. Trained by Kayo Karamori. Ridden by Jaime Torres. The result is official. Placings officially 12-2-4-9. Race 4 was named for Blackwood Toasted Bourbon. In the fifth race, scratch number 8, Beatrix, along with numbers 14, 15 and 16. Number 13, Bit of Frost, will run. 26 minutes to post.
takes is a spark.
Flame Away comes alive. Flame Away takes the Skidmore.
Scat Daddy's only son at stud to win stakes at 2, 3, and 4.
Flame Away has the lead. Flame Away, winner of the Sam Davis.
It's Dark Saffron, Nakatomi, Nakatomi the outside, Dark Saffron, look at Tuz diving again, but it's going to be all too late, Dark Saffron.
Flame Away, standing at Darby Dan Farm.
Get up! Get up! Get up! Get
In with a shot too. Ragtime takes the lead, has to fend off Kilwin, who just keeps on coming. Kilwin or Ragtime? Kilwin on the outside. Kilwin gets off.
I'm speechless. We have an unbelievable group of partners, great horsemen, and this has been an unbelievable journey.
Ladies and gentlemen, we can now confirm that Godolphin has officially clinched the owner's title for the 2025 Kentucky Downs meet. It's the second such title for Godolphin following their 4 victories in 2021. They have accrued 5 wins so far this meet, with an entry still to come in the final race. But Godolphin is officially the 2025 Kentucky Downs Owners Champion.
Well, our first fairly large price of the day, 19-1 on the winner there, and prices underneath as well. You just heard it from Michael Rona. Big congratulations to Godolphin, taking down another owner's title.
Yeah, they
added to the list of trophies.
They just dominate wherever they go, and I'm sure be proud to be here at Kentucky Downs, winning big again. And as I said, they still got horses coming up. So yeah, Godolphin, wherever they go, they seem to win big.
That they do. We are 18 minutes away from this 5th race. It's another 6.5 furlong event. We've only been going 6.5 furlongs thus far today. Maiden special weight, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. And in terms of wagering right now, do make note the 8 is the scratch Beatrix out of this race. The 10 is sitting on the board at 3-2. Lots of kisses. One of the more lightly raced in comparison to some of the others within the field.
Yeah, again, we can get a really nice look at her there walking around the paddock. 10's pretty relaxed, like to see that on just her second start. They've obviously needed to give her a good bit of time. She's a good size to her, but having her first start just 18 days ago at Ellis Park and put up some really good figures. Early on and closing seemed to put up a nice speed figure. She's a type that's just a little warm on her neck there now, but she seems to be the type that will be ideal stepping up to the 6.5. The pedigree suggests that. The trainer is sort of knocking on the door for leading trainer here, and I just thought that the form was pretty good. I really liked what I saw. I just thought potentially that this was kind of a good position for her. It wasn't the steepest of race, but based on some past form, and she seemed quite obvious, and I think that's why she's taking a good bit of money.
Huge buyer speed figure of 83 on debut, so if she can improve upon that, she stands well over the rest of the field. Flavien Prat to ride for the first time. In terms of maybe some more prices within this field we could take a look at. The 3-horse Tempting Eve, Jose Ortiz to ride for Chris Hartman, gets an extra furlong to work with today. This horse will likely be forwardly placed. And another 7 for 9 in the money, just seeking that first victory.
Yeah, definitely a horse that's got one most bigger profiles in terms of the experience, has tried the turf a good few times in around a couple of dirt starts. I thought, and I'm pretty certain this horse had a previous entry that couldn't take up, was on the probable list, and this horse possibly just the experience that could be able to usurp the favorite. But looking at her, she's just a smaller type, isn't she? She looks quite nimble. They'll probably want to use her from that stall 3 to her best effect. 10 is pretty wide, and that's going to be a case of maybe sitting and waiting and pouncing, considering that the horse has got such a late burst. There is one other leader. The 2 could be the one that could go forward as well, based on what the speed that she showed the last time. Again, we've just had these finishes where they've kind of all finished in a bit of a bunch, and I wonder whether that they'll be happy for a horse to go out and make the lead like the 2 has done in the past, and the 3 could just creep behind her.
And my only concern with the 2 doing so is it was a speed and fade effort last time out, so I wonder if they take a more patient approach today, trying the turf for the first time. That's the 2 Rethink, who's your clear second choice favorite at 3 to 1. In terms of the 3 Tempting Eve, you would look at the past performances and say, oh, I don't know, can this horse handle an extra furlong going 6.5? This horse went a mile before and stopped, finishing 5th that day. But perhaps the 6.5 today, if she's left out there on the lead to do her thing, can let slower fractions to take her the whole distance.
Well, that's it, isn't it? It could be a bit of a fight in between the 2 and the 3 who are right by each other, who's going to go forward and who's going to make it happen. I think the 3 has to go forward to be able to just sort of utilize that early speed, because she doesn't want to be trying to find extra late on. So as you say, the 3 is just interesting at the trip, but definitely has a good amount of experience in behind her. I didn't mind just physically as she is on this track, but she was a sort of a tricky one. I couldn't really wrap my head around her based on just some of the pace angles in here, but let's see how she gets on. She could be one that can, as you say, try and dictate matters.
The 6 is Lucy McGee, 10 to 1, double those morning line odds. Another horse that at least previously in the career liked to be forwardly placed, sitting just off or on the lead. What do we anticipate from this 3-year-old filly?
Exactly the same as Tempting Eve. She could be just like that. She might just want to try and show her speed. There's going to be a little bit of pace on. She's looking really well in her skin, actually. She just comes out the box there. She's a daughter of Practical Joke. Again, she's just seems to be there and thereabouts. The last day she really wanted to chase the pace, and she never really got into the rhythm that you'd really want to see her do. She's a similar profile to number 3. I quite liked her early speed figures, and I thought that she could be one that could be right up there.
10 to 1 currently. All right, I've been waiting to get to the 7. Queen Dancing, the Great British Bet, a first-time starting daughter of Kingman out of a Smart Strike mare for the Hall of Famer Bill Mott. It appears, at least based off of the page, quite the foundation into this first run.
Yeah, look, this is great to see. This is a beautiful pedigree. The Kingmans, they can do no wrong. Kingman is a sire of sires at this stage. He's the sire of a classic winner this year in Field of Gold back in the UK. Again, just looking at her model type, they can tend to be narrower types, slighter types. She's got lovely dark skin to her, doesn't she? I would imagine, again, they've spent a while trying to get her to the track. She's been putting up some good speed figures on her works at home. I'd imagine she might be one for the future. She could just need this first run. Kingmans, if they aren't early types, 2-year-olds that you see out in their 2-year-old career, they're probably ones that just need that little bit of racetrack experience. So I wanted to play her, I wanted to see her in here, but I think she might be one for a later day.
And perhaps underneath, and what we know from Bill Mott, obviously a sensational trainer, but he doesn't always gear them up first time out. You can see in his first start percentages, about 5%. By no means does that mean he doesn't have winners first out, but it's not typically the training regimen we see from him. They've been patient, as you said. So Queen dancing, what shall we see from her today? Handling herself in terms of demeanor very well.
Yeah, she really is. I mean, look, blue-blooded pedigree. You know, she's going to be, whatever she does, she's going to be very valuable as a broodmare one day. I think that she'd be great to get a win on her name, but she might just have the class. This is an interesting race. I don't think it's as deep a maiden as we have seen. That's why I thought quite a nice opportunity for a couple of them. That's why number 10, who's now very short, off the back of just the one run, I think bettors are saying that that was good enough. She doesn't have to do a huge amount more. That was a good level of race and probably the toughest level of race that we've got in here based on a form perspective. But 7 just could be the joker in the pack. She just is the unknown quantity that's come from powerful connections, got a powerful pedigree, and if she's ready for it first up, then she could be anything.
The public's really leaning into the possibility versus what's been shown. They're going with the 2 horses that have one race underneath their belt versus the ones with more experience that have been knocking on the door. Do you feel when you looked at it, firstly, that that was the type of race you needed a fresh face in comparison to what you had seen previously?
Yeah,
I think wasn't enough.
It could go either way. It could go with a horse who's just got okay form but has the experience, and they could just burn up in front. And some of these less experienced types, like the 7, might just be fine paddling a little bit and uncertain how to use herself so quickly. You know, being a Kingman, she's probably not bred for pace. She's bred for a little bit further in time. I imagine she'd want a mile plus. So it's those horses that have the speed profiles might just be able to take it in their own hands, but they wouldn't want too much of a pace burn up. And it might be the case that there will be horses finishing off strongly, but in general, I just think that, as I said, not the deepest, and 10 could just be, have done enough and just be able to exploit what she's done and be able to come forward from it.
We've been talking a lot about Vekoma. You said that you were just at the Keeneland sales, many Vekomas catching buyers' eyes. The 2 is a daughter of Vekoma, trying to see, Vekomas can run on anything, right? But on the bottom side, primarily a dirt runner, did try turf twice. And in terms of the siblings, a similar scenario, mostly dirt runners. So it's a big question mark right now whether or not the 2 will like the turf course today, but in terms of transferring dirt to turf, high percentage for trainer Chad Brown.
Yeah, exactly. And Chad Brown's the interesting angle. He hasn't had that many runners this meet at all, and I'd say there are plenty of options for him with a filly like this, but they obviously believe that this has got enough ability, and again, probably found the right opportunity here. If any chance to win on turf, it could be this kind of race. And she ran to, again, a decent level. I thought that was a nice enough run. She just sort of faded out late on. She's got another half furlong. She seemed to be a bit more speed to me. The Vekomas have got plenty of speed, it seems. Let's see. She could go out forward, but she's going to
You are not rethinking, it sounds like. Not convincing yourself into putting this runner in your top 4.
I'm looking at the pace angle. She could go out forward. There's going to be a bit of a burn-up. It's going to be interesting. I found this race tricky enough, but I was happy to stick with where I left that with number 10, Lots of Kisses. A lovely name, and seemingly the one that has become very popular in the market.
Whichever direction you go. 7 minutes until post time. Race number 5. Good luck. $170,000 on the line for these maidens.
The field is parading for the 5th. A 6.5 furlong filly and mare maiden, from which numbers 8, 14 and 15 with 16 are scratched. 13 Bit of Frost runs. 6 minutes to post. The best turned out horse for this race is number 4, Adeline. Congratulations to the groom, Jason. Adeline, number 4, is best turned out for the 5th. The field is approaching the gate with a minute to post. Coming up into line, Kitten Stormy Gal, Queen Dancing, roiling in line with Rethink. Here comes Lots of Kisses. Even Money as she comes forward to post position 10. Adeline ready with McLean's Lullaby, Forbidden Friend, Dash and Diva linking up. Lucy McGee, one of the last in with Bit of Frost. The 5th of the day, the 5th at 6.5 furlongs. Ready. Racing. Dash and Diva quickly into stride. Early pace coming from Rethink and Forbidden Friend. And just in behind these horses, Lucy McGee in the pink sleeves, black cap. Lots of Kisses is out 3 wide, about 3 lengths off the early pace from Adeline. And Rethink's now dropping back along the inside to about a midfield position in advance of Queen Dancing. Kitten Stormy Gal, Bit of Frost posted wide. 3 lengths McLean's Lullaby racing on the outside of Roiling. In the vicinity of the 3/8 pole, Forbidden Friend just leads Dash and Diva, and a 3 wide. Lots of Kisses improving smoothly beneath Pratt. And just behind them, Tempting Eve towards the inside in the black colours, reaching the top of the stretch. Adeline has the white silks out deep. Lucy McGee splits horses within striking range as heads are turned for home past the quarter pole, where Forbidden Friend and Dash and Diva show the way. Lots of Kisses trying to get on terms. Tempting Eve battling on. Rethink along the inside, making the elbow for the uphill final furlong, and Dash and Diva has kicked to the front. Lots of Kisses just grinding away, cannot bridge the gap. Dash and Diva takes it by more than 2 lengths from Lots of Kisses. Tempting Eve, Rethink was 4th. Number 12, Dash and Diva, is the unofficial winner, clocking 1:14.54. It's a photo for second. Ladies and gentlemen, in the 11th race today, There is a jockey change for number 10, Saint Emilion. Just before that, we have the minor placings coming through. Second in the fifth race goes to number 10, Lots of Kisses. Third was 3, Tempting Eve. And fourth, 2, Rethink. So unofficially, 12, 10, 3, 2 on race number 5. Once again in the 11th race, a jockey change for number 10, Saint Emilion. Adam Beschizza in place of Ricardo Santana Jr. Number 10 in the 11th race to be ridden by Adam Beschizza. And we need a jockey for number 7, Our Slice of Heaven. Jockey to be announced for number 7 in race 11. The fifth winner of the afternoon is Dashin Diva, a 3-year-old dark bay or brown filly by Caracaro from the Giants Causeway mare Giants Diva. Raced by Norman Stables, trained by Lonnie Briley and ridden by Edgar Morales. The result is official. Placings officially 12, 10, 3, 2. "28 minutes to post for race 6, 28 minutes. The upcoming 6th race opens the $1 pick 6. Scratch number 7, Mobster, along with 14, Solid Left. 13, Dancing Rinka, will be ridden by Jose Ortiz. Jose Ortiz onto number 13.
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup.
Here she is, coming around the final turn, making sure that this year, you won't be anywhere else, but here.
Well, we are halfway through our closing day card, and the prizes continue. 20-1 on your winner in the 5th race for everyone's favorite, Lonnie Briley, and Edgar Morales continuing a wonderful meeting that he's had. We'll see if we can pick up another prize in the upcoming 6th race, which does kick off the $1 Pick 6 sequence. This is a first level allowance event. Once again, we're going 6.5 furlongs. These are 3-year-olds and upward, and our current lukewarm favorite is the 2-horse, Anmer Hall, 7-2 currently, a Southern California shipper, third off of a layoff for trainer Peter Urton, and Antonio Fresu in to ride. We haven't seen the Southern California runners do as well as they did last meeting. This horse will be trying the distance here at Kentucky Downs for the first time, so I'd say that would be the question, having done the sharp 5-furlong affair at Del Mar. But this horse does have 6.5 furlong experience at Santa Anita, victorious in both of those efforts. So 7-2 right now currently on your favorite in this wide open affair, the 7 a scratch in Mobster. Let's get down into the paddock with Jess Stafford and a guest.
Thank you very much, Brittany. Yes, for the final time, I have Ben Kula beside me from Raceland at Equibase. Ben, it's been a great meeting, and we got to end it on a high. I know that your tool has been so well used and so well received as well, but you've got to remind us, you don't just need to use Racelands here. You can use it everywhere, and you've got to tell us why.
That's right. I mean, Kentucky Downs can be tough, but all tracks we can use Racelands. And what Racelands is Equibase's advanced handicapping tool that really takes past performances to the next level. It combines traditional PPs with filters, stats, and data-driven insights, and it also allows users to completely customize their past performances to kind of uncover trends and angles that wouldn't be so obvious at first glance. So, NHC champion Scott Coles in 2019 and Dan Piazza this past year both used Racelands to win the Horse Player of the Year. So it is trusted by the best, used by many, and we encourage everybody to try it out on Equibase.com. We do have a 25% off site-wide on Racelands through today, so please take advantage of that and the free race of the day every day on Equibase.com on Racelands.
And then you've chosen quite a tough race for the Racelands, and we do need all your help, and I'd like to get the angle that Racelands has given us.
Absolutely. Well, we landed on the 11 Confront here, which I'm surprised, morning line 8-1 and staying at 5-1, but trainer Brad Cox, he's winning at 31% with maiden winners last out. Past year, he's got 95 starts with 29 wins, 67% in the money with a positive 8% return on investment. Confront last time out, they tried to put him on the turf, but was taken off, and he still drew clear to win by 3.5 lengths, even after stumbling badly at the start. Flavian Pratt aboard here today, which is a huge plus. For the past year, Brad and Cox are winning at 36% in all races together, 40 wins from 112 starts. And another thing, Brad Cox made this exact move on Sunday here at Kentucky Downs with Chapman's Peak, coming from a race that was taken off the turf where he ran well, then comes to Kentucky Downs to win by a length. So we're going to go with the 11 Confront here.
And I think with a bit of value, you don't mind that, do you?
No, I don't. We love value, all about ROI, right?
Yeah, well, it's great to have you and throughout the course of the week, and good luck for the last race, Ben. Great to have you. And I'm going to have a look at number 11, who I just seen coming by me, had just been finished getting saddled. And I was with Ben. I did like Confront. I liked the angle that Brad Cox has done with a couple of his horses coming into Kentucky Downs. And he looks to be a type that if he can transfer what he did on the dirt to the turf, because that was ever so impressive considering, Brittany, how much he stumbled at the start and then really found himself. So he seems to be a horse that does have the natural ability. The question is, can he do it on the turf? Looking at him, he's a big strapping stone of constitution who does well with turf horses and does well. Brad Cox can get horses moving from dirt to turf with high stats. So I like the feel for the 11. I was just surprised that there's not a huge amount of support as I had expected.
Shiny Copper Penny is the 11 Confront. 6-1, yes, you are getting a great price. I think we are seeing kind of the odds move around a bit. As I say, that drops to 5-1, and the 10 is getting some attention as well. Let's dive into a few more of these runners, though. So you put 11 on top. What did you like about the 4-horse here, Domingo? You're also getting a generous price of 11-1.
Yeah, Domingo, this is an American Pharaoh colt who has got the proven stamina, is cutting back to this trip. Could be a bit sharp, but we've discussed it on several occasions, Brittany, how we think that horses that can stay the mile can come back to good effect. And Domingo, who I think potentially might be waiting for the pace to collapse a little bit here. That could be the angle that I thought that this horse might be at the best at. There could be plenty that will go forward. And I thought Domingo, he's just seemingly a type that just will have that extra gear in his locker as things fall apart. But if you go back to some of his early turf runs, they probably leave a little bit to be inspired with. But since I just feel like this season and during the summertime he's really sort of come into his own. But yeah, definitely a horse that just has that little bit of an extra kick in him.
On the flip side, in the previous, or I should say early in the career for the 10 after taxes, the Irish bred by Kodiak. This horse was forwardly placed. I would say the distance would be no issue. As of late, we haven't seen that same early gate speed, pretty much wore one pace, but improving in terms of buyer speed figures against tougher competition. So what do you make of the 10?
Yeah, the 10 is it's just an interesting one. This horse definitely has back class. There have been a couple of disappointing runs this season. I thought the run at Keeneland where he showed a lot of pace and then just tired out, I thought you could possibly just put that down to the distance that day. Didn't seem to suit him. He is bred for sprinting. This is a Kodiak, one of the leading sprinting stallions in Ireland, and I think he's really meant to be down at this distance. It seems to really suit him. That is probably my reason for why he didn't show off at his best the last day. And he's got that tactical speed that Wesley Ward's horses just always seem to have. I think that he's made for the turf, as we have seen, whereas some of them still have that slight question mark.
9-2 currently Co's second choice with the 11 whose price continues to drop. That is Confront for Flavien Prat and Brad Cox. Last but surely not least in your top four picks, I should say, the 12 Breeze in Town. Brendan Walsh takes over the training duties. A lot of changes here for the 3-year-old. First time gelding, blinkers come off, out of furlong today.
Yeah, and that's my angle, Brittany. You know, first with Brendan Walsh, I like that. The gelding procedure is interesting. This horse essentially been given plenty of opportunities to show what he can do. He's really well bred. He's not quite put it all together in a couple of runs this season, but his starts as a 2-year-old were exceptionally promising. Let's see if he can prove to everyone now that he is a gelding, I should say, now that it can be as good as a 3-year-old as he was at 2. But just commenting on some of them in here, the 6 has got pretty warm in himself as they make their way around and wait for the jockeys to come up. And it has got that little bit warmer as this afternoon builds up, and that might just be taking its toll on some of them. A few of them were just sort of kicking back. The 8 is a horse that everyone will be struck by. This is Tom Collins. He's a lovely grey Bifrosted who does very well with his horses on the turf, as this horse has shown before. And Tom Collins, he broke his maiden tag at Saratoga 2 starts ago. It's taken a little while to get there, but he's a very honest individual. You can't not enjoy his running style. He's got that little bit of stamina too, and he's just striking me as he walks past me. But this is competitive, and again, a race where they could be a lot of pace up front.
I wanted to ask about the 9 here. Did it dial? Because from what I can see, on the toes a little bit. Do you find that to be good energy or nervous energy?
Yeah, he is definitely on his toes, considering this is just his 3rd run. He's a horse that's done well on dirt. He seems to be better just as riders got up, and that might just be a good sign. He definitely looks fit in himself, but he's a type that just needed essentially to get on the track. He's had enough of the prelims. He wants to get on with it now, so that's not too bad a sign.
Well, he won't have to wait too long. 9 minutes until post time for race number 6 as horses and riders make their way out onto the turf for this first level allowance. 6.5 furlongs a distance, 3-year-olds and upward. Don't forget, it also kicks our final $1 pick 6 here at Kentucky Downs. Your lukewarm favorite is the 2, Anmer Hall.
Out they come for race number 6, a 6.5 furlong allowance for 3-year-olds and up. Opening the $1 pick 6 in 8 minutes. Scratch numbers 7 and 14. The rider of 13, Dancing Rinker, Jose Ortiz. 2 minutes to post. The field is approaching the gate. Coming forward, field loading for race number 6. Dancing Rinker was the first into the gate, drawn the extreme outside. The inside pair, Lose Legacy and Anne Mahal ready. Tom Collins is in there. Landing Craft coming up with Did It Dialed. Domingo and After Taxes. Up to No Good and Confront. The last couple will be Frosty Indulgence and Breeze in Town. Another very open race. 6.5 furlongs for this allowance. Race number 6. Set. Racing. Did It Dialed came out a couple of lengths behind them. Lose Legacy devoid of early speed. Breeze in Town is one of the first to appear. Confront got away much better today and is right up on the engine. Landing Craft is slotting in third, followed closely by After Taxes. And next along the inside, Anne Mahal in the pink colours, followed by Dancing Rinker. A gap of 3 lengths then to Frosty Indulgence. Tom Collins in a strung out field. 5 lengths to Domingo. Did It Dialed. Another 4 lengths off up to No Good and 2.5 more to Lose Legacy. It's a strung out field. A sizzling pace being set by Confront down by the 3/8 pole. A 1 length leader in second position as they draw towards the top of the stretch. Towards the inside is Landing Craft, followed by Breeze in Town, who's beginning to struggle. A bit further back, Anne Mahal, the pink colours creeping through towards the inside, and After Taxes is joining in as they approach the 8th pole. The lead belongs to Confront. Confront tackled by Anne Mahal and Landing Craft, clear of After Taxes. Still Confront. Confront. Anne Mahal trying very hard. Pulls level now. Anne Mahal doing the best work in the closing 16th of a mile. Anne Mahal for Fresu up to beat Confront and Landing Craft. And Frosty Indulgence might have been 4th, narrowly ahead of Domingo and Tom Collins. The unofficial winner, number 2, Anne Mahal. Second, 11, Confront. Third, 3, Landing Craft. And fourth, 6, Frosty Indulgence. The time at 1:13.54. The winner, Anne Mahal, is by Palace Malice from the Harlan's Holiday Dam, Holiday Shopping. He's a 6-year-old dark bay or brown gelding owned by M.M. Wilkes Racing, trained by Peter Urton, ridden by Antonio Fresu. The result is official. Placings officially 2-11-3-6. The upcoming 7th race opens a 50-cent pick 5. Post times in 26 minutes. Scratch number 3 speeded up, along with 7 Diamond Lane Jimmy, and the also eligibles 13 through 16. Ladies and gentlemen, the jockey we needed in the 11th race for number 7, Our Slice of Heaven, will be Victor Espinosa. Race 11, number 7, Our Slice of Heaven, Victor Espinosa. Repeating the earlier jockey change in that race for number 10, St. Emilion, Adam Beschizzo.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Godite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's going to win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent, mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
DK Horse is your ticket to the track this season with enough bet types to have you champing at the bit. Jumping into the saddle is simple. Just choose a track from hundreds around the world, pick your favorite horses, and take advantage of daily promos. Plus, this great offer. Then you can watch the races right on DK Horse, so you won't miss a second with America's #1 downloaded horse betting app. Giddy up. The crown is yours.
Experience it all in one place at the Mint Gaming Hall, Kentucky Downs. Enjoy a night out and exquisite dining at Iron Steakhouse. Sip crafted cocktails while enjoying live music at Midnight Bourbon. Keep the fun going with the latest games and live entertainment, or make it a sleepover and stay at our all-suite hotel. Looking to host an event? Check out our versatile spaces, all just 30 minutes from downtown Nashville. The Mint Gaming Hall, Kentucky Downs.
Winning just got closer.
Welcome back. 16 minutes until post time for race number 7. Welcoming on to the desk for closing day, Kate and Bradar. Kate, I can't believe how quickly it's been, but we've had some true joy in watching this racing on the track.
I think the key to Kentucky Downs is that it always leaves you wanting just a little bit more.
And that's how it should, right?
Wishing it could go on just a little bit longer, but what a meet it has been in a day to remember already, with the nice mix of some favorites and some long shots, and what a race we've got for top trainer as well as top jockey.
We've had a little bit of everything. Let's see what we have in store for the upcoming maiden special weight event. This will be our first race stretching out to a mile. 2-year-old straight, and it kicks off a 50-cent pick 5. Scratch out the 3-horse. Speed is up, will not run in the 13 through 16. And favoritism right there, the horse that was kicking in the paddock, is Full Effort. This horse not nearly got there last time out, Caton.
Yeah, it was a huge effort. This is another Brad Cox horse that you know is going to take some support at the windows. Colt by Liam's Map, who, as the favorite, came flying. He sort of got shuffled around, and I thought kind of lost his best opportunity. But at the same time, just when you thought there was no way he could get up, he just about did. It seems to me that he's still figuring things out, and I don't know that the distance hurts him at all, coming back to a mile that plays longer than a mile or is a little bit more testing. But I do wonder what he's going to do in this wide open space, because I thought that he still kind of learning things and figuring things out. Sometimes this is exactly what those types of horses need, just more
big
room
open spaces
to enable them to overcome any little hiccups along the way. Sure looks the part, though. He's a very stout colt, very strong looking, and he looks better each time I see him.
And I have to say, at first I thought it was him acting up, but he was just reacting to the 11 that was acting up quite a bit. That's Patrol Squad 6, sitting on the board at 13-1. Appears to have calmed down. Full Effort 3-2. So outside of that runner, who caught your eye? Who should we give a look to?
Well, the horse I was most interested in next to the 4 is the 10. The 10 is my top pick, and getting played a little bit at 9-2. That's Epic Horsepower. It's a son of Not This Time out of a twirling candy mare. That's about as good as you're going to get as far as pedigree to win on this particular course. He's coming out of his debut effort at Ellis Park, where he really didn't get out of the gate very sharply, and he still almost won at over 8-1 odds, just came flying at the end.
So why do you think we're seeing this discrepancy in odds between the 4, Full Effort at 6-5, and the 10, Epic Horsepower, since they're coming out of the same race?
You know, I think it's connections as much as anything. I think if you switched around riders or put one of the top riders here at the meet currently on the 10, you'd see the price come down a little bit. But to me, that's the opportunity, because if those riders that aren't among the top flight as far as wins get overlooked a little bit, it's to your benefit. They're still capable of riding big races. He was aboard this colt. Nick Juarez knows Epic Horsepower, and I think that speaks volumes. Also, Brian Lynch has had a bit of a hard luck meet. He has not hit the winner's circle, though a number of his horses have actually run pretty well. So that might be part of the reason you're seeing a better price. They both come out of the same race. They both had equal troubles, I thought, at the beginning, but ran really pretty similar races.
And you would say almost second time out, we should see some sort of improvement.
Exactly.
Versus third time out. The 10 at 9-2 currently. What about the horse that I had mentioned earlier, Patrol Squad 6, who was feeling a little frisky down there, has since calmed down?
Well, I hope he settles in a little bit, because he is a big, lanky, very turfy-looking individual to me, and I think he just needs experience. I'm drawing a line through his debut. Dale doesn't necessarily win as often with first-time starters, but with second-time starters,
he crushes
25% and a positive return on investment on a $2 wager of $5.44. So I look for huge improvement here. Dale goes to Jose Ortiz, which is very telling. To me, it means that he thinks he's got the horse to attract one of the top riders at the meet, and with the pedigree as well. I also like what I'm seeing from him. I like that he now, since he got the tack on and is walking around, seems to have settled in.
A lot to like about this 12-1 shot. We hope you were listening to all of that. Patrol Squad 6. To the inside, the 2, Defoof, a first-time starter, a 2-year-old colt by Street Sense out of a Curlin mare, so you know that distance is no issue.
Yeah, Brendan Walsh is generally one of those trainers that always does well here, and he is very solid with first-time starters and equal with dirt first-time starters as turf first-time starters. So the pedigree is there, the distance, stamina influence is there, and Tyler Gaffleone is one of the main go-to riders for Brendan. So all of those factors in. The workout pattern is very steady. He's actually shown some good works on the synthetic surface over at Turfway. So I look for a good effort from him. I think 8-1 is more than fair.
And appears to be debuting with blinkers, the 2 de Foof. Outside of those runners, the 6 getting some attention, No Hay Dos. This horse, a runner-up finish last time out. What I love to see is that big improvement from first to second start.
Yeah, it looks like the winner of that race, J.J. Gray, is a little better than your typical maiden $50,000 horse at Colonial. And he made a huge move, got the lead, and then got a little bit late. Now he comes back as one of the few in the field that has experience at the mile distance. This will play farther than that mile, but I don't think that hurts him at all.
How much do you read into trainer intent and owner intent protecting this horse third start out?
Well, I know that they must like what they have for sure, and he deserves it off of that second place finish. He fits in with this field very competitively. I thought he was one, but remember Kelsey actually has 2 in there, so if you like the 6, I think you have to look at the 5 west of East Texas, who right now is 13-1, double the odds, but shows equally good works for his debut. And remember, Kelsey won on the second day of the meet with a horse that paid over $100 the first time.
You won't get 100 here, but still.
Very similar situation.
10 minutes until post time for race number 7. We talked about a lot of these runners. Just one more time, your top pick.
I went with the 10. That's Epic Horsepower.
Epic Horsepower sitting on the board as your clear second choice, 4-1 currently. Your favorite is the 4, even money on Full Effort.
The field is parading for race 7, a 2-year-old maiden at a mile. Scratch 3 and 7. 3 Speeded Up and 7 Diamond Lane Jimmy come out, along with the also eligibles 13 through 16. There is 50-cent pick 5 wagering. You have 8 minutes in which to invest. Race 7 is the Luke Kreitbaus Memorial. With 2 minutes to post, the best turned out for this race is number 6, No I Dose. Congratulations to the groom, Sosimo. No I Dose. Number 6 wins best turned out. The field is arriving behind the gate. Moving in. Whatever and Defoof are in the gate with Bizwiz. Politics coming up with full effort. Epic Horsepower, west of East Texas. Patrol Squad 6. The last pair, No I Dose and Hard to Blame. A 2-year-old maiden at 1 mile, the first race of the day beyond 6.5 furlongs. Ready for the 7th. Racing. West of East Texas was the last to vacate the premises. Patrol Squad 6 gets the best of the break and sets the early pace from full effort. And up there, 2 out wide. As they come towards the 7 furlong marker is No I Dose, and closer to the inside, Whatever is beginning to improve nicely. As they climb to the crest of the hill, it's Patrol Squad 6 from No I Dose and Full Effort. And up on the inside, west of East Texas, making rapid progress after being the last into stride. Bizwiz between horses in the black and yellow colours, 3 lengths off the speed, followed by Politics. Epic Horsepower over on the inside in the hot pink. Defoof is back second last at the 5/8 pole, and Whatever is about 6 lengths behind him. As they race down the side of the course, Patrol Squad 6 leads a half length, No I Dose, with a length and a half to west of East Texas, still on the improve to a level third. Bizwiz with him, and Full Effort splits horses. He's close enough, if good enough, at the 3/8 pole. Epic Horsepower next with 4 lengths to pick up. A gap of 2 lengths to Politics, followed along the inside by Defoof. And back near the tail of the field is Whatever with Hard to Blame at the top of the stretch with a 1/4 mile left to go. Patrol Squad 6, the front runner, by a couple of lengths to Full Effort, who is asked for just that by Pratt. The leader's kicking on nicely, coming to the 8th pole. Patrol Squad 6 by 2 lengths. The greys are 1-2. Full Effort's cutting into the margin gradually. Patrol Squad 6 still about a length. Full Effort's lengthening. Is he coming fast enough? Patrol Squad 6. Full Effort grabbing him. Full Effort up to win it from Patrol Squad 6. 6 lengths to Epic Horsepower third. And another big margin, No I Dose finishing 4th. But Brad Cox has padded his lead in the trainer standings. Full Effort arriving punctually beneath Flavion Pratt in the 7th. The unofficial winner, number 4, Full Effort. Running down number 11, Patrol Squad 6. Third was 10, Epic Horsepower. Fourth, number 6, No I Dose. The time, 1:34.04. Full Effort captures race number 7 for St. Elias Stable. He's a grey colt by Liam's Map from the Awesome Again mare, Call Me the Squeeze. Bred in Kentucky by Athens Woods LLC. Flavian Pratt, the winning rider, for trainer Brad Cox, who entered today with a 1-win lead atop the trainer standings and has doubled his advantage. Race 7 was the Luke Kreitbos Memorial. The race named for a wonderful character and very popular race caller, sadly missed by all in the industry. The result is official. Placings officially 4, 11, 10, 6. Placings official on race number 7. Ladies and gentlemen, the management of Kentucky Downs and the Mint Gaming Hall would like to acknowledge and thank Jenny Reese for 10 years of service while promoting all things racing via articles, press releases, interviews, and much more. Trackside Jenny, as she is fondly known on social media, has been a fixture covering Kentucky racing for decades, and we have been lucky to have Jenny with us these past 10 years. Good luck and best wishes to Jenny as she continues her work advocating for racing in Kentucky. Thank you, Jenny Reese. Post time for race 8 is 27 minutes off. 50-cent pick 4 wagering available. Scratch number 12, Oxtelm, along with the also eligibles 13 through 16.
There's no doubt that Kentucky breds, are number one. It's a great program, bottom line. I think it's the best in the country, by far.
Horse raised in Kentucky is an advantage.
You talk about the Kentucky breeding program, I think it's immeasurably the best.
They've got the best mares and the best stallions there in the state.
The great ground they're raised on here in central Kentucky, it seems to be the best.
The purses that the Kentucky breds are now running for matches how dominant they are.
A symbol of elegant horsepower. For the boldness to capture your dreams. For the wisdom to find your path. For the valor to never give up. For living your life to the fullest. Quantrill, for life.
Proud sponsor of Kentucky Downs Radio.
Well, we are up to our last pick 4 of the Kentucky Downs meet, but for those who are alive in that middle pick 5, particularly if you have the 1, the 4, or the 11, you're looking at an over $100,000 payoff on that middle leg, with the favorite winning that last leg, and perhaps clinching the title for Brad Cox. There are still some races left. Joe Sharp may still have something to say about it. Mike Maker, Wesley Ward also on the heels of Brad Cox, who has 7 wins at the current meet. And of course, the jockey race is still wide open. As we focus on allowance runners here, 3-year-olds and up, who have not won 2 races other than maiden claiming or starter, or running for the $80,000 claiming price at 7 furlongs. We're going to start with a Joe Sharp horse, Pancake House. I don't know if Pancake House got his name from the famed Pancake House restaurant in Hot Springs, Arkansas, right outside Oaklawn Park. That is a popular stop for many who attend the races there in the winter. But wherever you're at, Pancake House is very popular. 3-1 on the board right now, coming off 2 consecutive wins, but moving up in class with each of those victories. He's quickly assumed position as a top allowance runner, going from 50,000 now moving up. Saratoga's win last out looked very good. He did it the right way at high odds, and he's 3 for 7 on the turf overall. The Son of McLean's Music has a stalking style. Looks very good coming off that victory last out, but for more, let's check in with Jess.
Thank you very much, Kate. And yeah, 9 Pancake House for Joe Sharp, who is just behind me. So I'm just going to grab Joe and say, Pancake House, he's been great for you so far. Has he got a little bit more up his sleeve today?
Yeah, I mean, I hope so. You know, obviously that race he came out of at Saratoga was a really good race. And, you know, we were torn between the 1 mile and 5/16 and the 7/8 option down here. And I think just with how this configuration is, we opted to go shorten it up a little bit for him, and it looks like there's a lot of speed to set up good for him.
And what is it about this place that brings out so much of your horses? You just, every year after year, you come back and you get so many winners on the board.
You just enter more.
Yeah.
That's a secret.
You keep it simple. You've got a couple now behind Brad Cox, but you've got a few more to come. Do you think you can clinch it?
I mean, I don't think so, but I'm really happy with our meet so far. We're really proud of the filly that won earlier today, and you know, we've had some tough beats here, but we've had horses have showed up and run really well. So we're anytime you're battling with Brad, you're always happy to even be in the hunt.
I thought the 1-2, I think it was the last day, Valara and the horse that came second. I think it struck by midnight.
Yeah,
that was eye-catching.
Yeah, that was fun. The filly that ran second, we took a shot shipping her down here, hoping to draw in, and she did. And we're excited about her. That was a huge run, and you could tell she really didn't know what she was doing until about the last 1/8 of a mile. So yep. I think moving forward, she's going to be a really nice filly.
Okay, well, good luck with this one. It's been an exceptional meet again for you, dear.
Thank you.
Well done, Joe. Great to chat to Joe Sharp. As he says, keeps it simple, gets more horses in this meet, and you get out with big prizes. And this horse, Pancake House, as you say, Caton has got an exceptional chance. He's 2 from 2. He's looking like he's just on a roll since he's been joined this barn. And he's looking nice and relaxed in himself. The trip, that's the question mark, as there could have been plenty of options. But what do you think in terms of the strength of this race compared to what he's fared before in?
Well, I mean, it's a solid enough field for sure. You don't get many easy allowance races at Saratoga either. So I respect the field that he beat last time, and I think he fits in nicely with this group. There is quite a bit of early speed, which you would think would set up for him nicely, but just when you think that, it seems like speed goes right to the front and keeps on going. A little earlier today, I thought maybe we were going to see a pattern develop, but the last couple of races, the speed has gotten caught and gotten late. This race, the 2, Dominican Pioneer, is one of 2 for Jose D'Angelo, who also has the 10, who also has good early speed. So I think we're looking at a pretty heated pace, but of all the pace horses, I thought the 2 Dominican Pioneer might have the best shot to take it all the way, especially if he runs the way the rest of Jose's horses have run all meet long. And Dominican Pioneer also no stranger to Kentucky Downs. What are you thinking about him? How does he look?
Yeah, I was literally just about to step back to see horse number 2, Dominican Pioneer, who's a really big sort, this Scion Pioneer of the Nile. He's got a lot of presence about him. He keeps sneaking back into his box, so I can't get a real look at him. But the strength there is all to see when he does come out. He's a really deep girth type. He's been running over further than this distance throughout the course of his career, but as you say, he's got that Kentucky Downs form for everyone to see. the connection's been happy to bring him here the last few years, and it's worked out nicely. So you can't dismiss that recent form. You'd imagine they've been sort of planning their way back from that since this time last year. You'd have to imagine. But yeah, there's a lot to like about him. He's a solid unit of a horse that seems to just be improving with age, which is exactly what you need, and exactly the type of horse that Jose D'Angelo does so well with.
Another horse that piqued my interest, the 5 Princetown for Mike Maker, is capable of showing speed, although he didn't in his most recent at 5 furlongs. He was recently claimed by Mike Maker, and to me is really interesting in his second start since coming to Mike's barn. Flavian Pryat looking for another win today, and certainly this horse makes a nice appearance from my vantage point as well.
Yeah, he's a smaller type. He's perfectly proportioned, but he's not as long and lengthy as some of the others. He looks like more of a sprinter, which should help him here. But as you say, from a pace angle, this is a horse that has been faster to start in the past, but has been a little bit sort of lackluster lately. So I'll be interested to see how he can fare in this. But surely is a horse that definitely has the back class to be a playing part.
He seems fairly versatile too, and I think that might be a strength here, because it is really hard to judge how the pace will play out with Dominican Pioneer on the inside next to Pentathlon trying the turf for the first time, and then the stablemate, the 10 horse, with some speed as well, but coming out of longer races. You know, it could be feast or famine. You could find Dominican Pioneer all by himself on the lead, or you could find the 10 battling his stablemate with some others there and setting it up for something from a little bit off the pace. Your top picks here?
So I got 9, 2, 5, and 10. I think we've got some that overlap, Caton.
We do. I think we went exactly the same 4 horses to focus in on, but the favorite at 5-2 is Pancake House, always a favorite. Looking for his 3rd consecutive win. Again, this race kicks off that last pick 4 of the afternoon, and particularly if you've come short in some of your other multi-race wagers, no time like the present to dive back in one last time with some interesting payoffs guaranteed before it's all said and done. About 8 minutes to post.
Parading for race number 8, due in 8 minutes. It's a 7 furlong allowance optional claiming event for 3-year-olds and up, opening the final 50-cent pick 4 of the meet. Scratch numbers 12 through 16. Race 8 is named for Celsius Energy. 2 minutes to post. Ladies and gentlemen, 50% off all merchandise today. Make sure you check out the merchandise stands, as you'll find every item 50% off. The field is approaching the gate. Moving into line. Innately Good and Calicanthus, joined by Yinzer and Dominican Pioneer. The next couple, Take Me to Church and Pentathlon. Pancake House lines up. Surf City, followed by Princetown. Aspenite to the outside stall. Almost ready for this 7 furlong optional claimer. Racing, and Kerame Pass out wide, gets the best of the break. Yinzer comes away running, and Dominican Pioneer is showing plenty of early speed. Between horses next is Pancake House, about 4 or 5 lengths off the early lead. And Take Me to Church is just in advance of that runner. Aspenite's out wide as they race down the hill past the 5/8 pole. Yinzer moving up now to challenge Kerame Pass for the lead. They are level pegging. 2 lengths clear of Take Me to Church, Aspenite, Dominican Pioneer. Pancake House 7 lengths off the lead in front of Pentathlon. A bit further back is Princetown, the black with the yellow cap, racing outside Surf City. 5 lengths to Calicanthus, who's back near the tail of the field in company with Innately Good at the 3/8 pole. They come towards the top of the stretch. Yinzer matching strides with Kerame Pass. Aspenite is 2.5 lengths away third, and they're followed into the stretch by Pentathlon. Princetown starting to come on well between horses. Dominican Pioneer, Surf City, Pancake House next as they come to the 8th pole where Caramay Pass has kicked on. Aspenite's trying hard. Caramay Pass with the lead from Aspenite, and down the outside Princetown finishing well. It's still Caramay Pass. He's being swamped now. Aspenite getting to him with Princetown on the outside. It's very close. Caramay Pass or Princetown. That could go either way. Aspenite a neck back in the middle third. Surf City finishing off strongly along the inside, likely fourth ahead of Pentathlon. Photo finish, the time 1:20.45. The winner is 10, Caramay Pass. Second, 5, Princetown. Third is 11, Aspenite. Fourth, 4, Surf City. Unofficially, 10, 5, 11, 4. Caramay Pass, number 10, the winner. A bay colt 4 years of age by distinctive passion from the key deputy mare, Glad Tears Key. Owned by Lugamo Racing Stable, trained by Jose D'Angelo and ridden by Frankie Dettori, who regains the outright lead in the jockey standings. Placings official. The result officially 10, 5, 11, 4. In the upcoming 9th race, scratch number 1, St. Armand's Key. Scratch number 6, Exalted. Scratch 12, Siege of Boston. Along with 15 and 16, Saratoga Flash and Dripping Gold. The jockey for number 7, 911 Turbo, Brian Hernandez Jr. Hernandez riding number 7. The 9th race, opens the final 50-cent pick 3 of the meet. 26 minutes to post.
Experience it all in one place at the Mint Gaming Hall, Kentucky Downs. Enjoy a night out and exquisite dining at Iron Steakhouse. Sip crafted cocktails while enjoying live music at Midnight Bourbon. Keep the fun going with the latest games and live entertainment, or make it a sleepover and stay at our all-suite hotel. Looking to host an event? Check out our versatile spaces, all just 30 minutes from downtown Nashville. The Mint Gaming Hall, Kentucky Downs.
Winning just got closer.
Just 3 more races to go on this closing day card. And Caton, when I looked through this allowance event, I thought it was very tricky, particularly with some of the horses that are scratching into the race. Don't forget, 14 is in. It's an allowance optional claimer, 1 mile over the turf, 3-year-olds and upward, and scratches 1, 6, 12, 15, and 16. Our favorite, lukewarm 4-1, Caton.
Yeah, but definitely a horse that you had to include right off the bat. For Brad Cox, the 9 Army Officer is coming in off a win that was pretty impressive visually, but meeting some of the same horses as last time and improving seemingly quite a lot from when he first came back off the layoff. So with that kind of incremental improvement and particularly the leap forward in the last couple of starts, he deserves to be favored or very close to that top. He's also beautifully bred for this by Not This Time. He's out of an Uncle Mo mare. He did race previously at Kentucky Downs, but it was very early on in the Gun Runner, so it was in Stakes Company, and it was before he kind of had this turnaround. He's always shown ability, but I really think lately he's been putting consecutive good efforts together.
Aging like a fine wine. He's only 4 years old. Can't use that on a 4-year-old gelding, can I? Army Officer 4-1 currently, but not your top selection. You went in the direction of the 8. Green Light for Rudy Brisset, a really versatile store. But what happened last time out?
I'm not really sure, but he might have been the company among many things. Epic Ride, the runner-up in that Kentucky Downs Preview Turf Mile Stakes, came back to win pretty impressively here in Stakes Company. Beach Gold is no slouch, so I think maybe a little bit tougher group overall than what he's facing here. Before that, he'd put together consecutive wins at Keeneland and off the layoff, then coming back at Churchill Downs. I think this horse has a world of ability. And the other thing, as opposed to the 9, I think he might be a little bit more versatile, not quite as pace dependent one way or the other. But that's not to say that Army Officer is totally one-dimensional either. Both these horses have a natural turn of foot out of the gate that I think is really important here.
Well, he's striking a pose, so we get down to the paddock with Jess. Jess, I know you fancied this runner as well.
I certainly did, yes. And 8, I did think was getting a little bit warm when he had his paddock sheet off. That's come off, and he's now saddled, and he's looking a lot better in himself. The 9, I'm waiting to come out of his box because from what I can see, looking lovely in his skin. But I did like, for all the same reasons as Caton has suggested, that the 8 is here with a considerable chance coming down in grade. But this race has, I think, become a lot more interesting with the presence of a couple of other horses. Obviously, the 8 looking, as you will see, fit and well, and he's a striking individual. But the 14 is a horse that has to be given a huge say now. He's been able to get into this race just a winner here 10 days ago, where he completely controlled the pace and was able to hold on to a win from the front. You've got to like everything that Quattrocento did, and we'll see if he can back it up. That's such a big performance. It's a very quick turnaround off the back of such a striking success, but they'll be hopeful that he'll continue on that great vein of form. The horse 9, Army Officer, again, for the same reasons that Caton has said, you have to consider him. He's got so much proven turf ability now, and it's all came together well last time out at Ellis Park. And as he comes out of his box, he is yet again a very good-looking son of Not This Time. He just throws these beautiful, dark, attractive sorts, and this one seemingly a better horse at 4 than he was even last year, but he's been tried in pretty tough company, and he's probably been finding it a lot easier in this kind of grade at this stage. So good amount to suggest about the 9 that he'll be another horse from this barn that's going to show up well. The other one that I wanted to throw in there, horse number 2, Frankie Dettori. He's not going to leave without a winners on the last day. We saw that in our last race, and he's got an interesting ride on Big Blue Line. This horse, who switches back to the turf, has definitely shown capable of acting well on the turf, and I thought that was a good run for the new barn first time out just 46 days ago at Saratoga.
Big Blue Line currently on the board at 5-1 as we get a good look at the 9, who we spoke quite a bit about, Army Officer. Caton, I wanted to get your take, though, on the 14 scratching into this race. Wheeling back in 10 days, yes, we have seen horses do it and do it successfully well. Is there anything that you can gauge from either the running lines or what we may turn around and see in the paddock that would indicate this horse is ready for it?
Well, if he's not over the top, if he's not too anxious or too on his toes, too worked up, then I look at that as a good sign. I thought what he was able to do effectively last time was secure the lead and have a high cruising speed, but do it very comfortably, very easily. And if he can do that again, I think he'll be very tough in here. I think the outside post works to his advantage in this particular situation, but I also think this race has more speed in it than the last time. Army Officer can sit close. Green Light can sit close. The 5 General Partner, if his dirt form carries over from those sprints, should be on or very close to the lead. And Oscar Eclipse off the layoff could be very sharp as well. So I profiled this race to have an abundance of early speed, which might be a disadvantage for the 14 Quattrocento. That said, he was able to win earlier in his career against easier company at Tampa from off the pace at Gulfstream as well. So he, again, is not one-dimensional, and I think that's a huge asset.
The versatility will surely help. Who do we feel has the best closing kick then, if the pace does unfold as expected?
It's a good question. You know, your father's horse, Exalted, is
Scratch.
Oh, Scratch. So he would have had a good
would have
kick
loved him
in
to
here.
have that great
the,
kick.
The 7, 911 Turbo is running back again on short rest, and you wouldn't think that he's a horse with a kick because he did his best running close to the pace, but he actually does have a very nice closing rally and has run historically well here. He did not in the Tappet, but I'm wondering if he just regressed a little bit off of the layoff with his big effort at Del Mar, and if that just tempered a little bit of his enthusiasm last time around. He's now had time to recover a little bit more from it, and that was just serving the purpose of a work, basically, against very tough horses. So he fits with this group competitively speaking. He has run well on the course in the past, and I don't think he's the type that has to be on the lead. In fact, right now, I actually don't think he'll be on the lead at this distance of a mile, and if so, he's capable. Johnny Velasquez taking over there. Otherwise, the main late runners that I liked kind of scratched from the field. The 13 does scratch in the big odds, and he should be, but that said, though he was well beaten last time around, he's another that can come up with a very nice late kick.
Jess, I wanted to get your take on the 5 in the paddock as we saw him on the screen strutting around there. That's General Partner. Never been on the turf course before. What would you expect from what you see?
Yeah, exactly. As you say, never been on the turf course before. It doesn't really signify a huge amount, but you have to respect the barn to switch a horse like this. He's looking pretty well. He's very much on his toes, actually. He looks fit and ready for action in himself physically, just walking around as some of the others wait in their boxes. They're quite happy to keep him going. He's probably just getting a little bit warm now as I can get closer to him in his back legs. He's definitely having a bit of a pull on his 2 lead rounds, and yeah, the warmth behind his back legs is now quite visible. I do think that you have to respect whatever the barn moves and switches over to the turf, but he is an eye-catching big physical. He looks like a dirt horse compared to some of these others who are probably a little bit more inclined to suit the turf surface.
Jess, thank you very much. Kate, and the last horse I wanted to ask you about as they make their way out to the turf course would be the 3. For Shug McGahee, this horse is in for the $100,000 tag. It's never been here to Kentucky Downs. My biggest question mark was the distance. Even though this horse has won at a mile and won at a mile 16th before, but turning back from a mile and 3/16. Why is this horse cold?
Well, I think because he's going to be coming from way back of the pack. That would be my best guess. You know, he's exiting a mile and 3/16 at Saratoga. So it's real hard for horses to take that, turn around, and when they're used to running those longer distances, be more tactical and be up close. But that said, you make a great point that he has won at the mile distance and the mile and a 16th distance. So with that in mind and the fact that he is coming back, I always think from a stamina standpoint, it's a great angle. Horses who have been somewhat successful at longer distances that shorten up just a little bit are going to be running at the end. You know they're not going to be tiring. They're going to be strong and fit. He's interesting. The Tappets, again, can be a little quirky at times, and I think that's the case with this horse in particular in watching him. But on his best day, he's very competitive here.
We'll see what sort of effort he wants to put forth today. Mind on business. 8 minutes until post time for race number 9. The 14 now is your favorite, Quattrocento, 4-1.
On the track for the 9th, an allowance optional claiming event for 3-year-olds and up at 1 mile. Scratch numbers 1, 6, 12, 15 and 16. The jockey for number 7, 911 Turbo, Brian Hernandez Jr. This is your last opportunity to play a 50-cent pick 3. You have 7 minutes in which to invest. Post time in 2 minutes. Approaching the gate. Coming up into line. Big Blue Line and Signator ready. Green Light Army Officer. Joined by What Say Thee and Oscar Eclipse Otago. General Partner. 911 Turbo about to be led forward with noises off. Last in will be Quattro Cento. 1 mile. Ready for the 9th. Racing. And the starter caught them in a perfect line. Oscar Eclipse off the year-long layoff bounces out briskly, taken on for the lead by Quattro Cento. Army Officer and Green Light in close attendance to the early pace with Big Blue Line, followed in the orange colours by Otago. 911 Turbo, 5 lengths off the early speed. Then comes the grey Signator ahead of What Say Thee. Noises Off is back towards the tail of the field with General Partner surprisingly right out the back. They descend the hill, they've completed the right-hander, and they sweep now towards the 5/8 pole, and from the outside stall it's Quattro Cento spearing across to lead by a length and a half from Army Officer, followed by Oscar Eclipse tucking in third along the inside of Green Light. Then comes a 3 wide Noises Off, followed closely by Big Blue Line, and in that group 2 is Otago. He'd spot the speed about 5 lengths. What Say Thee around him, followed well back in the field then by 911 Turbo back to third last ahead of Signator and General Partner. Past the 5/16 pole, Quattro Cento, Army Officer, and a bit wider out comes Green Light at the top of the stretch with Big Blue Line behind them on the inside of Noises Off. Then comes Otago and What Say Thee is down the outside as they draw towards the 8th pole, and a good kick from the leader. Quattro Cento sees him bounding along 4 lengths in front from a wall of pursuers, including General Partner making up a lot of ground, and so too coming on is Big Blue Line with 911 Turbo, but Quattro Cento has one in hand. by 4 lengths from 911 Turbo, and it's close for third between Big Blue Line and General Partner. Fourteen is first, Quattro Cento defeating 7, 911 Turbo. It's a photo for third, the time 1:32.13. Here comes Quattro Cento back to the winner's circle, becoming a repeat winner at the meet for owner breeder St. George Stable. Confirming third goes to number 2, Big Blue Line. Number 2 is third. Fourth was 5, General Partner. Quattro Cento having his photo taken beneath Julien Leperoux. Fausto Gutierrez trains the 4-year-old bay colt by Warfront from the Tis Wonderful Dam Huascar. Kentucky Downs would like to thank our bourbon of the day. It's Blackwood Toasted Bourbon. The result is official. Placings officially 14, 7, 2 and 5. 26 minutes to post for the feature, the Grade 3 Blackwood Dueling Grounds Oaks Invitational, opening the final double of the day. The race is clear of changes.
There's no doubt that Kentucky breds, are number one. It's a great program, bottom line. I think it's the best in the country, by far.
Horse raised in Kentucky is an advantage.
You talk about the Kentucky breeding program, I think it's immeasurably the best.
They've got the best mares and the best stallions there in the state.
The great ground they're raised on here in central Kentucky, it seems to be the best.
The purses that the Kentucky breds are now running for matches how dominant they are.
Experience it all in one place at the Mint Gaming Hall, Kentucky Downs. Enjoy a night out and exquisite dining at Iron Steakhouse. Sip crafted cocktails while enjoying live music at Midnight Bourbon. Keep the fun going with the latest games and live entertainment, or make it a sleepover and stay at our all-suite hotel. Looking to host an event? Check out our versatile spaces, all just 30 minutes from downtown Nashville. The Mint Gaming Hall, Kentucky Downs.
Winning just got closer.
The sun is shining, and we have come to our final two races on this closing day card, and it is time for some stakes action. $2 million on the line for the Blackwood Dueling Grounds Oaks Invitational, a Grade 3 event, and Brad Cox has them swarmed.
Brad Cox has two runners in this field, and he also has at least assured, if nothing else, a tie as leading trainer here. He still holds the lead ahead of Mike Maker as well as Wesley Ward, but with two races remaining, if Mike Maker's successful in the last two and Brad doesn't win another race, then it would end in a tie.
Hey, a tie is a win in that case, right? And in terms of the jockey race, Frankie Dettori still leads them, but 2 races to go. That could come down to the wire. Let's talk about Brad Cox's trainees in here. The 7 is your slight favorite over the stablemate, 6-5 over 9-5. Fionn for Brad and Flavian Pratt here. You get an additional little 1/8 of a mile plus coming out of a grade 1 event where this horse scored. I mean, she just loves winning.
Yeah, and she's done it with ease each time, particularly. She makes it look close, but I think it's deceiving. I really do believe she is kind of in a different league, and she's ridden with great confidence and almost likes to toy with her competition a little bit. But boy, she came up with a huge run last time around at Saratoga and the Belmont Oaks. Distance is a question for almost everybody in this field, the mile and 5/16. But being a daughter of Twirling Candy with the Candy Ride influence.
Your favorite sire here.
There you go, as well as the Giants Causeway influence. I feel like she should be able to handle the added ground, but she does have one thing maybe working against her a little bit, which is the idea that she's going to do her best running late. And in this particular race, there isn't an abundance of real speed in the race. There's a couple horses that could show speed, but that could make it a little bit more difficult for her at this level of competition, at that distance, to be able to time it exactly right and come up with the win. Still, to me, she is the deserving, overwhelming favorite and the top choice, although I really respect her stablemate an awful lot as well.
Did you anticipate her being shorter? I mean, the 2 stablemates right now, they're not separated by much, 7-5, 9-5 respectively.
I thought that the odds on the 2 Destino d'Oro might be a little bit higher than 9-5 currently, but everybody can see what I've seen. Her win in the pucker up last time out was really good. She was much the best. She showed a new dimension as well, sitting close to the pace as opposed to the way she won an allowance company at Churchill Downs from way, way off of it. So granted, it was a fast pace that day. The front kind of collapsed and it really came into her lap, fell into her lap. She still was able to work off of that, show a new dimension, and win even more impressively. So lightly raced filly. By Bolt d'Oro, the question for her is she going to be as effective at the mile and 5/16? And I think it's a little bit bigger leap for the 2 than it is for the 7, but that said, I think the 2 has shown an awful lot of brilliance at an early stage.
You can see the 7, that is our favorite, Fionn, on the turf course in the middle of the paddock right there. Some horses, they just want an early go at it. It looks like they're trying to keep her nice and relaxed out there. Your favorite at 7-5. In terms of the stablemate, Destino d'Oro, what you were saying in terms of the pace scenario there, we saw a big change in tactics, and perhaps it's just because of the way that the race unfolded. But could we see the same from our current favorite?
You might.
Especially with the energy we're seeing?
I don't know, though. She doesn't strike me as the type that is going to, but going from the mile and an 1/8 off the layoff to the mile and 5/16 changes things completely. So maybe you will see her a little closer to the pace. That's not a place she's ever been throughout her career. The one thing about the 2, as we look at her, you can see they're kind of different fillies as far as their build and even their demeanor. Even though Destino d'Oro is more lightly raced, she kind of has an easier way about her than Fionn, who's kind of a force and a little bit more into everything and on the muscle in the paddock. But Destino d'Oro did break her maiden at first asking here at Kentucky Downs last year. So it looks as if she likes this course, and that is a big plus, as we well know.
Let's get down to the paddock as jockeys make their way out. Jess, who's catching your eye in this field of talented fillies?
Yeah, as you say, really talented group of fillies and some good lookers. I was keeping an eye on Brad Cox saddling both 2 and 7, both different types 7. They've just adjusted the rest of the saddle just outside of the box, and she was just probably just easier for them. She seems like a filly that might just need a little bit more handling than Destino d'Oro, who looks nice and calm, relaxed, seemingly in a good place in herself, as you can see from her form coming into this. 7, though, she looks fit and ready to go. She is getting a little warm. I can forgive these fillies at this stage getting warm, considering the temperatures that we've got to now. But there are a couple that I think are just taking them all in their stride. Number 12 definitely is so. Candy Quest seems to be looking very well indeed in herself. She's looks like a relaxed and very, again, slighter looking filly than some of the others, but she's coming here off the back of a good victory last time, and that could play in her favor here. She needs to step up again in terms of the quality of opposition she has, but she's definitely seemingly looking quite well in herself. But there are a few, 7 now, just getting a little bit jig-joggy. You can't really separate the two Brad Cox runners there and what they have achieved. It just looks like 7 just might just be the one that's getting a little bit more agitated than her stable companion.
Well, we'll see how they get with the jockeys on their back. What about outside of the Cox trainees? The 11, Totally Justified, 8-1, the clear third choice.
Yeah, the 11 is Totally Justified, as you say, who's been running in some significant races this season, has clearly been kept in pretty good company. Just trying to find the 11 through all these people. Seems to be a type of horse that I just thought on pedigree, Justify out of a Galileo mare. This is a horse that, as we know, with Justifies just seem to be doing so well on the turf. And 11, as I find her through the packs of people, she's another one. She's quite a tall filly, quite a leggy individual. She definitely can stay a little bit further than this trip. She is another one that is getting quite warm, but there is a lot of her. She is a big, rangy filly. Maybe she is a type that is just sort of getting used to her frame. Some of them do, but yeah, there is a good load of horses now that are just eager to get on with it.
What's interesting about Totally Justified is she's one of 3 for Rusty Arnold, who has also had a sensational meet looking for his second stakes win of the Kentucky Downs season with 4 wins overall. He also has the 1 Daisy Flyer and the 9 Fixin' to Be. And Daisy Flyer, I don't know what to make of. She can kind of sit mid-pack. Totally Justified will probably be in the first flight of horses. She has good early speed. Though she hasn't been able to get the best of Fionn, she's been knocking on the door. So with this pace scenario and the way this course plays, maybe it can tilt the scales a little bit more in Totally Justified's favor, or even Daisy Flyer, an improving filly who just won at Saratoga and Graded Stakes Company. What's really interesting, though, is that the longest price of them all, the 9 Fixin' to Be, is going to be running late, the strongest and maybe the most of the unknown quantities in this race. She needs a lot of things to go well, but she likes a distance of ground.
Just heard the call for riders up for our Dueling Ground Oaks Invitational. Last question, Kate, in the 10. Here for a good time. I put a question mark next to this runner, second off of a slight freshening. This is essentially the pucker up round 2. So many horses facing off against each other again. I thought she might be able to turn the tables.
Well, here's the thing. I actually liked her quite a bit in the pucker up, and Destino Dora was able to beat her pretty clearly. But she didn't get away from the gate well. I don't think she has to be as far back as she was in the pucker up, particularly with the added distance, which I think she'll handle no problem. She's by Justify out of a Speightstown mare. She went quickly through her conditions from Keeneland to Churchill to Graded Stakes Company. And I think you can give her the benefit of the doubt, but she will have to improve off of her best effort to be on even terms with everybody else in here. Still, I would never leave her out at 17-1.
Big price there. There we go. Jockey's got the leg up. 8 minutes until post time, and your favorite remains one of the 2 Brad Cox trainees. They're the top 2 choices in the wagering. Fionn off of that slight freshening, the Grade 1 winner. Flavian Pratt to be aboard once again. Good luck to all. They're making their way out onto the turf course. It is our final stakes race of our Kentucky Downs meeting. $2 million on the line, 1 mile and 5/16 the distance. Best of luck to all.
Kentucky Downs proudly presents the final stakes race of the 2025 meet. It's the $2 million Blackwood Dueling Grounds Oaks Invitational of Grade 3 status for 3-year-old fillies at 1 mile and 5/16. And the post parade is led by number 1, Daisy Flyer. One of a trio trained by Rusty Arnold, one of a pair owned by Calumet Farm. Joel Rosario is the rider. Brad Cox trains a pair, the first of whom is number 2, Destino Doro, who has the services of Luan Machado. 3 is No Sleep Till Brooklyn, prepared by Brian Lynch, guided by Luis Saez. Number 4 is Princess Attitude, trained by Vicky Oliver, piloted by Frankie Dettori. 5, Running Away, trained by Wesley Ward, ridden by Victor Espinosa. Number 6, Raining Flowers, conditioned by John Ortiz, ridden by John Velasquez. Number 7, Fionn, is the second Cox trainee. Flavian Pratt has been enlisted for the ride. Admit carries the number 8 saddlecloth beneath Brian Hernandez Jr. Thomas Drury Jr. is the trainer. 9, Fixin' to Be, the second Calumet Farm entrant. Rusty Arnold trains. Florent Giroux has the riding assignment. Number 10, Here for a Good Time, trained by Brendan Walsh and ridden by Tyler Gaffalione. 11 is Totally Justified, the third entrant prepared by Rusty Arnold. Irad Ortiz Jr. is aloft. Number 12 is Candy Quest. Mark Cassie applies the polish. Jose Ortiz will do the steering. That's the field for the Blackwood Dueling Grounds Oaks Invitational. The best turned out for race 10 is horse number 8, Admit. Congratulations to the groom, Jerry. Admit number 8, voted best turned out. approaching the gate. Moving into line. The gate filling for the closing day feature. Half the field already in the gate. Three runners left to load, running away, finding post position 5. That will leave Raining Flowers and Candy Quest. A mile and 5/16 for the Dueling Grounds Oaks Invitational, Grade 3. All in, set. Racing! Admit begins very smartly with Princess Attitude and Running Away. And Daisy Flyer is prominent along the inside. Now, what's Machado going to do today on Destiny Doro? He's easing well back into the second half of the field this afternoon as they make the first turn. The lead belongs to Running Away. Very keen to get this over and done with. Running Away out by 3.5 lengths. No Sleep Till Brooklyn second from Admit, and to 3 wide, Totally Justified as the field meets the rising ground with a mile left to go. Here for a Good Time is 3 lengths away. 2 lengths clear of Princess Attitude, who's followed closely by Raining Flowers. A bit further back along the inside is Daisy Flyer. Destino Doro splits horses, going forward to midfield in the red and white silks. Fiona's a long way back, third last ahead of Fixin' to Be, and Candy Quest is last of all. On top of the hill, and Running Away leads them. Running Away on the right-hander descent from No Sleep Till Brooklyn. Followed closely by Totally Justified, and Admit on the inside travels fourth. Here for a Good Time is fifth, one off the fence. Then Destino Doro making stealthy progress along the rail within 5 lengths of the lead. Raining Flowers 3 wide around past the half-mile pole. And then comes Princess Attitude between horses. Daisy Flyer is along the inside as they draw towards the 3/8 pole. Fiona's out deep with only a few behind her coming to the 3/8. Daisy Flyer's now back to third last, and towards the end, Fixin' to Be at the top of the lane, and also back there is Candy Quest as they turn for home. A little over a quarter mile left to go, and it's Here for a Good Time and Running Away. No Sleep Till Brooklyn, and on the inside is Admit coming on, and wider out Candy Quest with a barnstorming finish. Candy Quest and Fiona's flying through as well to the 16th pole. Candy Quest, Fion throws down a stiff challenge on the inside. Candy Quest and Fion in the Dueling Grounds Oaks. A thriller that goes to Fion by a neck to Candy Quest. 3 lengths to Admit third, possibly a nose to Here for a Good Time. The unofficial winner, number 7, Fionn, beating 12, Candy Quest, Show Photo. The time, 2 minutes, 5.52 seconds. Third goes to 10 here for a good time, and fourth was number 8, Admit. Unofficial placings, 7, 12, 10, 8. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome back the winner of the Dueling Grounds Oaks Invitational, sponsored by Blackwood. Fionn, owned by George Messina and Michael Lee. A dark bay or brown filly by Twirling Candy from the Giants Causeway mare, Gaelic Gold. Bred in Kentucky by Dixiana Farms. Trained by Brad Cox and ridden by Flavian Pratt. This is the third winner on closing day for Pratt, and the second for Brad Cox. They combined to win race 7 with full effort. Congratulations again to the winning connections of Fionn, triumphing in the $2 million Blackwood Dueling Grounds Oaks Invitational. The result is official. The placings officially 7, 12, 10, 8. Ladies and gentlemen, this victory by Fionn is the 8th of the meet for Brad Cox, who has clinched his first training title at Kentucky Downs. Heartiest congratulations to Brad Cox on being the champion trainer for the 2025 meet. Brad entered today with a 1-win lead and has extended his lead across the afternoon with a double, including the Grade 3 Stakes feature. Vice President of Racing Ted Nicholson presenting Brad Cox with the Champion Trainer Award. The riding title is still up for grabs with one race to go. Post time for the 11th is 21 minutes from now. 50-cent super high 5 wagering is an option. Scratch the following: numbers 1, 3, 12 and 15. There are 2 jockey changes. Number 7, Our Slice of Heaven, Victor Espinosa. Victor Espinosa on number 7. Number 10, St. Emilion, Adam Beschitzer. Beschitzer on number 10.
It all comes down to this.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
The moment that defines the year, when the world's most influential buyers gather, and every decision, every bid, every opportunity shapes the future. At a marketplace that brings the thoroughbred world together, and where futures are forged, because every moment matters. At the World's Yearling Sale, Keeneland, September.
Well, sadly, all good things come to an end, and we have reached our final race of the 2025 Kentucky Downs season, and what a meet it has been. Before we get to this final race, ladies, I would love to hear moment of the meet from you, Kaiten.
Well, I have a tie. It is a dead heat, but Wimbledon Hawkeye and also She's So Spicy between the Nashville Derby and then She's So Spicy. I thought that 1-2 punch for Jose D'Angelo was just truly epic. So both of those for me.
What about you, Jess?
I have to agree. You know, I was here to fight strong for the Europeans, and I was delighted to see Wimbledon Hawkeye do that. And I hope it's going to lay a new groundwork for a lot more Europeans to come over. Himself and Flatten the Curve were excellent. She's So Spicy, but Street Beast. That is my juvenile, who I hope we'll see at the Breeders' Cup from here.
Keep an eye on that one. We're going to keep an eye on the horses in the paddock here. Got to put that head on a swivel as we reach our 11th and final. Let's dive straight into a maiden special weight event, 1 mile, 3-year-olds and upward. And as we take a look around, you've had the best vantage point this entire meeting. Why didn't I come down earlier?
It is. It's a wonderful paddock, and I really encourage more people to come down here and have a look at the horses close up. We've been so lucky to be able to really show off these athletes, and to be honest, a lot of them have been very well behaved for the most part, but it has got a lot warmer today. But this is kind of all shapes and sizes, Kaiten, but also all kind of backgrounds as well. So it was quite a tricky way to end out this meet.
I agree, but I will tell you that in this last leg of the pick 5, I finally, which has not happened all meet long, am alive. And I'm alive to
there we go.
2 horses. So the top pick for me, though, is one of them, and that's the 11 Swirling Eights. And I just got a good look at him, and he looks the part. He's on his toes, but I didn't think he was overly warm. He's gotten a little bit sharper as they get closer and closer. I think he's just ready to get out to the racetrack. But he was cool customer when he first came into the paddock. Mike Maker is was just behind Brad Cox throughout this meet and has had great results. And I thought Swirling Eights by Twirling Candy really fit the bill. Last time he ran was here at Kentucky Downs. We've seen so many horses come back and off the adrenaline and the momentum continue. If they ran well, they run just as good, if not better. And I think that could be the case for Swirling Eights, who I look to be close to the pace.
So who was your second choice? We must know.
The other horse is the 4 Western Run for Joe Sharp, another trainer who was right in the thick of the trainer race. Horse with tactical speed. I'm a little worried about him getting more pressure this time around, but he held on to be second last time around, and I thought did it the right way. And the way the course is played, I felt like he had a shot to keep on going if he could get clear. He does have some pressure right next to him, though.
We are seeing favoritism flip-flopping between a couple of horses, but right now it is on the 4-horse Western Run. Jose Ortiz aboard for trainer Joe Sharp. Who's catching your eye, Jess?
Yeah, well, Joe Sharp's horses, have to say, they didn't get the Trainers' Championship, but their horses have been so well turned out every single race that I've seen them in, and the horse for Western Run is really a really striking individual, very nice and relaxed, leggy individual too, but is really taking it all in, considering he's only having a very quick turnaround. So I really like the way that Western Run is just taking the preliminaries. 6, on the other hand, is getting very worked up. Every time he sort of comes around the paddock, he thinks about it, he has a look at the track, and that gets him a little bit on his toes, which possibly is just maybe the occasion is getting to him now a little bit. The 5 is the one that I was hoping to see. Now the 5 has got a lovely demeanor. He's kind of sort of strutting a little bit. That is Thunder Roll, and I wanted to get your opinion, Caitlin, on what he did first time after a long layoff. Was that enough to suggest that he could come into this race in better shape?
I think for sure. It was easier company than what he meets here, but I think that going a mile and a 16th sets him up nicely to come back at the mile as well. He did catch my eye. He is getting just a little bit warmer than some of the others, so I hope maybe when he gets out onto the track, he just takes a deep breath and can settle in. And that could also be his lack of experience compared to some of the others in this field. But there definitely was a spunk and a good look to his eye, and I loved the breeding as well. So I thought Thunder Roll was a contender. The 2, Vivaldi, is the horse that I really wasn't sure what to do with, because he definitely has the pedigree. He's not flashy as far as appearances are concerned, but he's pretty steady. I don't think he took the best of it off the layoff last time. I'm willing to forgive that effort and think he just needed it and can advance. His 2 second-place finishes at Churchill were very good and very promising. So he's been the beaten favorite the last couple times, and I'd never want to back him as the favorite. But at a bit of a price, he wouldn't shock me if he were to take a big step forward here as he also trims back in distance. Again, the pedigree here is a play. He's by Mendelssohn out of an English Channel mare, and he is a Calumet Farm homebred, and the Calumet horses fare really well here.
I bet they do, and it is the last race. They call it the get-out race for a reason, perhaps finding those prize horses underneath, a little bit of those exotic wagers. Worth mentioning, and I want to touch back on the other Joe Sharp trainee, Western Run. Jose Ortiz aboard that one, and the 6, Abuelo, who was acting up just a touch, as we have maybe one of the horses kicking in the stall. That looked like it was the 5, Thunder Roll. The 6, Abuelo, though, Irad Ortiz Jr. If Irad does win this final race, we will have 2 jockeys taking home the leading jockey title, and we should say a big congratulations to Frankie Dettori, because regardless of what happens, he will walk home with his very first title here in America.
And what a privilege it is to have the opportunity to see him ride this course and come over to put such enthusiasm and such passion into what's already just an action-packed meet. I truly believe this is the best jockey colony in the world that you'll find, and he rose to the top. The 6 horse, as you mentioned, with Irad Ortiz, could even the score here and put Irad right there with Frankie on even terms as far as leading jockey. Safi had his first win in the meet, and maybe lightning strikes twice. This is second time for Abuelo. I will say he looks better. He looks very sharp. He looks super, but he is going to have to get into the game a little earlier as he comes out of a 1.5 mile race here on the short rest to the mile. I think the mile will be more to his liking for sure.
I was struck by the sheer size of the 8 as they make their way out of the box right now. Trying turf for the first time absolutely should benefit from the additional ground today. I don't mind the pedigree for turf, though. Malibu Moon on top and successful appeal on bottom. What do we make of the 8? A unit, as you would say.
Yeah, the 8 is a unit indeed, and also looks like a dirt horse should be, and so potentially that might just be a bit of a negative coming up in trip. I want to ask you about the 13, because the Etten Brown have already had a winner today, and this meet they've had big outsiders and they've had short price horses. Can the 13 end up what's been a pretty successful festival for you guys?
This is the second time they have entered this runner. Finally got in with some scratches. The distance absolutely should be in his wheelhouse. The biggest question mark is going to be the level of competition today. Is he able to step up enough with that added distance? I don't mind the turf pedigree at all. I thought he ran well last time out, but outsider, I don't know the price on the runner, but should get every bit of double-digit odds. This has been such a pleasure, both of you.
It's been a pleasure to me. For all these years, this is truly not only historic and record-breaking meet, but for me, the best meet personally, to get to work with both of you and Nick Luck as well, who joined us at the beginning of the meet. It really has been tremendous on all fronts. And I really want to thank all the fans for turning out, because they really make this place special.
That they do. An incredible meeting, a boutique meeting. Thank you to our entire technical crew as well that have made all of this possible. Thank you to the fans once again. Been a lovely time working with both of you. Jess, final thoughts?
Oh, it's been an absolute privilege, and thank you for bringing me a part of the Kentucky Downs family. Hopefully I'll be back, but I'm going to be telling everyone in the UK that they need to come here. It's a meeting not to miss.
Our final race of the 2025 Kentucky Downs meeting. As always, good luck and good night.
On the track parading for the meet finale, a 1 mile maiden for 3-year-olds and up. Scratch numbers 1, 3, 12 and 15. Victor Espinosa riding number 7. Adam Beschitzer riding number 10. There is 50-cent super high 5 wagering. The race is due in 6 minutes. The best turned out for the finale is number 11, Swirling Eights. Congratulations to the groom, Julio. Swirling Eights, number 11, is voted best turned out. 2 minutes to post. Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. There is a late scratch. Number 4, Western Run, has just been scratched. Western Run, the current favourite, is a late scratch. The gate load commencing. They are moving into line. Vivaldi will break from the inside. He's followed in by Langdon. St. Emilion. Thunder Roll comes up. Abuelo, a final chance for Irad Ortiz to tie Frankie Dettori for the jockey title. No action in this race for Frankie. Our Slice of Heaven locked away. Here comes Swirling Eights, followed by Rockin' His Socks Off and Post Game. And the last in will be Nash Potatoes. 1 mile for the meet finale. Racing. One of the first to show is Swirling Eights, together with Thunder Roll, Our Slice of Heaven, Rockin' His Socks Off, and Vivaldi. A length covering 5 through the opening furlong. Langdon is just in behind those, followed wide by Post Game, St. Emilion. Abuelo is back towards the inside in the white colours. Langdon drifting rearwards, and Nash Potatoes is the tail ender. Down the hill, bending right-handed, less than 6 furlongs to go. Our Slice of Heaven's in front. Rockin' His Socks Off moving up second. 2 lengths to Swirling Eights, third, 3 wide. Thunder Roll along the inside. The grey between them is St. Emilion, followed in the purple and gold colours by Post Game. 2 lengths off Vivaldi, Abuelo, another 3 lengths Langdon. Nash Potatoes at the tail of the field. They approach the 3/8 marker. Our Slice of Heaven with a share of the lead on the inside. Now being headed by Rockin' His Socks Off in the middle. It's Rockin' His Socks Off and Swirling Eights moving into the lead together as they draw to the top of the lane with 5/16 to go. And they're followed into the picture by Thunder Roll in the Godolphin blue and Post Game on his outside. As they turn for home, Inside the quarter pole, Swirling Eights boots away. Thunder Roll moving up a level second with Rockany Socks off. Vivaldi is finishing well between horses. Post Game is next, but at the elbow with an eighth left to go. It's Swirling Eights a long way clear. He's 4 lengths in front from Vivaldi. Post Game and Abuelo coming home late. But the lead looks as secure as a bung in a bourbon barrel for Swirling Eights in the meet finale. He wins it by 3 lengths from Vivaldi. Third, either Abuelo or Post Game. Number 11, Swirling Eights, is the unofficial winner. Number 2, Vivaldi, has finished second. It's a photo for third. The time 1:33.84. Third, 13, Post Game. Fourth was 6, Abuelo. And fifth, number 5, Thunder Roll. Unofficial placings, 11, 2, 13, 6, 5. Swirling Eights is a bay colt, 3 years of age, by Twirling Candy from the Seeking the Deer mare, Archie. Bred in Kentucky by the Don Alberto Corporation. Owned by Sky Chai Racing, Paradise Farms, David Stordarker, and Hot Pink Stable. Trained by Mike Maker and ridden by Luis Saez. The result is official. Placings officially 11, 2, 13, 6, 5. Ladies and gentlemen, redirecting your attention to the winner's circle for the presentation for champion jockey of the meet. It's Frankie Dettori, who is being congratulated by Hall of Fame rider Eddie Delahousse. Eddie D on track at Kentucky Downs, congratulating Frankie Dettori on his 2025 riding title. And that is a high quality note on which to draw the curtain on this 2025 race meet at Kentucky Downs. We thank you for your support across the 7 days of wonderful, competitive, thrilling turf racing. And we look forward already to 2026.